Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cassandra Gandara, Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Las Cruces. I will be presiding over this meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 18, 2022 at approximately 1 p.m. If you would please stand in honor of Martin Luther King Jr. Day yesterday, and I'm grateful, just so grateful for all our men and women in LCPD, LCFD that help keep us safe, to include the men and women that in the armed forces that protect us. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. Next on our agenda is Pets of the Week, and I see Jennifer Martinez making her way up to the podium. Hi, Jennifer.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Hope you had a great weekend.
I had a fabulous weekend. I hope you had a great weekend too.
I never have a bad day, so if you know me, you know that I never have a bad day. Okay, today I would like to help these pets have a great day as well. I'm going to introduce you to Darth. Darth is our cat of the week. Darth is a 4-year-old female. She is a very special girl. You may notice her eye looks a little bit strange and her nose runs a little, but she doesn't let either of those things bother her. She is a huge fan of love and attention and will climb onto your shoulders for pets and will roll around on your lap. She is a loving, constant companion. Then we have Nala. Nala is 10 months old and a very playful 10-month-old at that. She loves to play with both humans and other dogs. She loves to go on walks and has a lot of fun on each adventure that she goes on. She is waiting for an adventure buddy that will love and play with her forever. If you would like to meet Nala or Darth, please call the Animal Services Center to make an appointment to visit with either of these two. The number to call is 382-0018. And there is also a farmers market event that's going on this weekend from 9 a.m. until noon on the north end of the downtown, if you'd like to meet some of the Animal Service Center's adoptable pets. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. And I don't know if I stated in the beginning, my name is Jennifer Martinez, and I'm with the city's communications office. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. I just want to remind the public, we need each and every one of you here and those that are listening to take a special note of our Pets of the Week. We have at least 500 plus animals in our Animal Services Center that need to go to good homes. So if you would do me the favor, if you have a social media platform, please share these, go in and like the Animal Services Center. We are in desperate need. Thank you. Next up is Jobs of the Week, Dr. Francisco Payares. Good afternoon, Dr. Payares.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, and the rest of the City Council as well. For today's Jobs of the Week, this is Francisco Payares with Economic Development. For today's Jobs of the Week, we're going to be having a bus operator with the City of Las Cruces, and this position is going to be closing on the 27th of this month. We also have a position open with Blue Cross Blue Shields of New Mexico, and it's an actual member care coordinator. This position will be open until April 6th of 2022 of this year. We also have positions open with American Medical Response, and this is for a vehicle service technician. And these positions are going to be closing on April 7th of 2022. There's also positions available with Mesa Verde Enterprises Incorporated, and there's an equipment operator that is available with them. And this position will be closing on the 11th of February of 2022. Additionally, IES Residential Incorporated is hiring a residential electrician, and this position will be closing on April 5th of 2022. As a reminder for our community, for our City Council, and for other members, is that we have a couple of workforce events that are very relevant to our community. First of all, we have the hiring during the event pandemic workshop, and this is for businesses that are trying to learn how to adapt to remote work, how to adapt to flexible scheduling, as well as different workforce sources that can be achieved in there. This workshop is going to be held on the 27th of this month here in City Council chambers. along with New Mexico Workforce Solutions Department, and Cabinet Secretary Ricky Serna will be here joining us as well at 5 p.m. And then the second meeting that we have regarding workforce is that we have a job fair at the Las Cruces Convention Center. And this is in partnership with New Mexico Workforce Connections, and this one will be on February the 10th at 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. So if you have any job seekers that are interested or any employers that are interested in posting any of the positions for the job fair, it's going to be a good time for them to show them. For a full list of jobs, internships, and volunteer opportunities, please visit www.employeenim.com. And for the City of Las Cruces position, governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. And then for more information with our friends in the New Mexico Workforce Connections is 575-524-6250, and they're located at 226 South Alameda Boulevard here in downtown Las Cruces. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Payares. I have a question mostly directed at Mr. Peely. I wonder if we can list the salary ranges of each of these positions. That might be beneficial for folks to see that right off the bat. If that's something that we can do, that would be fantastic.
Yes, ma'am, we can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Peely. Thanks, Dr. Payares. Next on our agenda is the COVID-19 update. Mr. Eric Enriquez, our Assistant City Manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager, with a COVID update for today. No surprise, the cases continue to go up. We have another spike. And again,
Mr. Enriquez, can I ask you to move the mic closer to you, maybe even lift it up? Having difficulty hearing, I think, specifically
okay,
your
is
voice.
that better?
Better.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, as you can see, the case counts continues to increase here in the county. And again, working with the county, we have a vaccine task force tomorrow with OEM, Department of Health, and we'll continue to explore avenues that we can get people vaccinated, tested, and healthy again. As far as the vaccines go, it's steadily increasing. Last week, I think we were at 33% with fully vaccinations and boosters, and now we're at 36%. We are at 80% in our county of fully vaccinated, and those with one dose, we're at 93%. Again, with the cases increasing, we're seeing more of new cases in the county, up 53%. New hospital admissions continues to go up about 34.4%. Also, what has increased now is the total number of beds for COVID patients, but we still see a slight decrease in the ICU. Again, it goes back to the vaccines do work to prevent serious illness, hospitalizations, and death. Other news that has been taking place, a new testing capability will be at the Field of Dreams. It's something that the governor also initiated. I think it's going to happen in Albuquerque and Las Cruces, where we can get up to 1,000 tests per day. That again will be at the Field of Dreams, and we'll get more details on how to register for those. As you can drive around town, you can see how there's numerous lines at testing locations, and this is another way to alleviate that and help people to get tested as needed. The PMG continues to vaccinate on Mondays and Tuesdays at the Farm and Ranch Museum and Wednesdays at the County Government Center. The FEMA vaccination bus is now in town at Butterfield Community Center today, tomorrow, and will be at Oregon Mountain High School this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and then next week they will start at the Young Park next week. Yesterday there was an event, Mask Up, in partnership with NMSU. I understand it was well attended. Unfortunately, I did not get any data from staff, but as that becomes available, we'll present it to council and to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enriquez. Is there any questions? Seeing none. Next is our presentation of certificates of appreciation, proclamations, and Councilor Abeyta-Stuve will be doing those. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. The first proclamation that we have today is to celebrate Catholic Schools Week, and it is to be presented to Sister Silva. If you are in the audience, please come down. Okay, seeing that she's not here, then I will continue with the proclamation. Whereas the city of Las Cruces is witness to the consolidation of the 2 Las Cruces Catholic schools in order to further promote excellence and better serve the community, and whereas the Catholic schools challenge their students to achieve high academic standards, to live the gospel message, and to work for social justice, and whereas the city of Las Cruces is highly dependent upon a well-educated and caring citizenry, which these schools consistently produce, and whereas the city of Las Cruces is proud of its citizens who are students and alumni, it wishes to honor the Catholic schools for their educational excellence and contributions to the community. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the week of January 30th through February 5th, 2022 as Celebrate Catholic Schools Week in Las Cruces, and call upon its citizens to salute its local institutions and express appreciation for the dedication with which the students, parent, faculty, staff, and administration approach their responsibilities. Signed by Ken Miyagashima, Mayor, and attested by Christine Rivera. Our second proclamation will be for National Youth Mentoring Month and will be presented to April Christensen, if she is here. Hello, you want to stand on this side? And we're also here with Don Hummer, our CEO. Thank you. Our proclamation. Whereas January 2022 will mark the 20th anniversary of the National Mentoring Month, an annual campaign to focus attention on the need for mentors, as well as how each of us can work together to increase the number of mentors to help ensure positive outcomes for our young people. And whereas Las Cruces, New Mexico honors volunteer mentors who support young people by showing up for them every day and demonstrating their commitment to helping them thrive. And whereas the mentoring programs like Kids Can of Community Action Agency, Boys and Girls Club of Las Cruces, Big Brothers, Big Sisters Mountain Region, FYI Plus, and Southern New Mexico and LASE make our communities and our state stronger by driving impactful relationships that increase social capital for young people and provide invaluable support networks. And whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, mentoring programs have stepped up to fill the gaps for young people and families, connecting them with resources and ensuring that mentoring relationships continue virtually to ensure that physical distancing does not mean social disconnection. And whereas mentoring plays a pivotal role in the career exploration and supports workplace skills by helping young people set career goals, equipping mentors with the skills needed to support the professional growth of young people, and drives positive outcomes for young people and businesses. And whereas quality mentoring promotes healthy relationships and communication, positive self-esteem, emotional well-being, and growth of a young person and their relationships with other adults. And whereas students who meet regularly with their mentors are more than 52% less likely than their peers to skip a day of school, and youth who face an opportunity gap but have a mentor are 55% more likely to be enrolled in college than those who did not have a mentor. And whereas youth who meet regularly with their mentors are 46% less likely than their peers to start using drugs and 27% less likely to start drinking. And whereas almost half of today's young adults report having a mentor in their youth, and those rates appear to be rising steadily over the last several decades. And whereas National Mentoring Month is the time of the year to celebrate, elevate, and encourage mentoring across our state and recruit caring adult mentors in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Now, therefore, we, Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the month of January 2022 2022 as National Youth Mentoring Month, signed by Ken Miyagashima, Mayor, and attested by Christine Rivera, our City Clerk. Thank you. Thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Have an opportunity to say whatever you need.
Thank you, and we'll pass it on over.
I left my notes at my seat. I didn't know it was my turn. I'm honored to be a part of this campaign. I think that youth mentoring needs to be every month, National Youth Mentoring. But my name is April Christensen, and I'm the founder of Kids Can, and I have been adopted many years ago now by Community Action Agency and Don Hummer, and we work together to make a difference in the lives of our community, but also, for me especially, for youth every day. I've had the opportunity to work with Mayor Pro Tem as part of Resilience Leaders, and there are 5 surviving and 5 thriving sectors that we work on, and our objective is to reduce ACEs, or childhood trauma. And we work together as an amazing, passionate group of people. I have the opportunity to work with the youth mentoring sector, and we just find that those youth that get to connect with us every day, they start to see the possibilities open up for them, and it's truly an honor every day to be a part of that process, to make their futures brighter. And I know that the work that we're doing with Resilience Leaders at Community Action Agency, also at Boys and Girls Club, FYI, as well as Big Brothers Big Sisters and other youth mentors, it's just such important work because they are our future. I also wanted to mention that we're doing a fun thing, and we hope you want to get involved. So it is National Youth Mentoring Month, and we're having a contest. So prizes through local businesses that are partnering with us. And we want to use the hashtag #MentorMe. We want to do that on social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And each Thursday during the month of January, there's been an activity. And so we invite you to go onto our social media page. Probably Facebook would be the first place to go. And you'll find that there's opportunities to share your organization or a youth mentor so that we educate the community about youth mentorship. There's also an opportunity to share an inspiring youth mentor story, someone that impacted your life, someone that changed your projection, someone that changed your life for the better. We can honor them and also educate the community at the same time about the benefits of youth mentorship. And we also, this week is actually Service Week. So even just taking a few minutes with a youth that's in your circle, in your family, neighbors, church groups, other organizations that you're involved in, just taking a few minutes with them to do an act of kindness. And so we're just working really hard to blast out youth mentorship and all that it does in a positive, it's a positive thing for our youth. I think my notes are back there, like I said, but I think that's all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Did you want to say anything? Come on.
If anyone knows me, my name is Dawn Hummer. I'm the CEO with Community Action Agency of Southern New Mexico, and I never miss an opportunity to talk. I do want to say, I think the only thing I want to add to what April had already said is just the importance of having youth mentors for our youth, right? We know that in the city of Las Cruces and in Doña Ana County that we have children that are at risk and highly at risk, and youth mentors are life-changing. They can change the life of a child. So again, if you do have time, if that's something that you would want to pursue, we would love to have you involved in our youth entrepreneurship program, or also with the Boys and Girls Club and Big Brothers Big Sisters as well. I do want to just publicly thank the Paso del Norte Health Foundation, who has continued to fund this program, this youth entrepreneurship program, for now, I think, 3 years. So thank you to them, and also to the city of Las Cruces and the community at large for supporting this program. Thank you.
I have to echo that. I think it's funny you really want to hear us talk. I'm Ashley Chavarria. I'm the CEO for the Boys and Girls Club of Las Cruces, and I just want to echo what they're saying. You know, what we find is that when kids go through our program, it's not the program, the curriculum, the activity that they remember. They always remember a specific person, a staff member, a mentor. Even for me, I have a very personal story to Boys and Girls Clubs, and I have my mentor from the Boys and Girls Club that I grew up in. And so it's all about the relationship that we create with kids. And, you know, I have to say that there's no way one entity, one organization can serve all of the kids in Las Cruces, and that's why it's so important that there's more than one of us here, and we all do work well together and team up and collaborate when we can, because we know that as a team we can have the most impact on the kids in our community. So same thing, we're always looking for volunteers, and currently we are in need of employees because we are growing our program and getting ready to open more school sites. So know anybody that's looking, we're and interested in working with kids, please send them our way.
And they've covered pretty much everything I want to say also, but I'm Beth Hoffman, the director for Big Brothers Big Sisters of Southwestern New Mexico is my area. And yes, we always celebrate January as National Mentoring Month, so I'm really excited that the city of Las Cruces is recognizing that as well. Currently, we have 105 kids on our waiting list, so we are really, really in need of bigs. As you all know, the last 22 months or so has been really challenging, but I don't think on anyone more than our youth. So yes, as Ashley said, it's better for us all to collaborate. I always say that we're bigger together, and that means all of you. So thank you for all that you do and the support that you show us. But if you want to be a big, you know where to find me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, that's all for today.
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. Next is our conflict of interest. Does anybody on council, staff, or administration have a conflict or a known conflict with anything on the agenda?
No.
None.
None.
Hearing none, then we will move on to public participation. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak? Please make your way down. I will start on my left, and I'll give you 2 minutes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, my name is Jerry Wheelis.
Will you please move the microphone closer to you? That's better.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Do I need to repeat myself? Okay, name is Jerry Wheelis. I'm on the city's Animal Task Force and TNR Subcommittee. And I just want to let you know that it took an awful lot to get me here. I don't like this at all, but I have to convey to you how disappointed I am in the city and in the city council for its lack of implementing the TNR program. It seems that everybody points a finger somewhere else, but no one gets anything done. It's a city program. The city, therefore, has to take the initiative. And I really hope that you guys get on it. That's pretty much all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on my left? Seeing none, then we'll be on my right. Anybody on row 1, 2, I think there's staff, 3, 4, 5. Yes, go ahead and make your way down, sir. Or ma'am, I'm not sure. Can't see you that far. There you go. Hello. Please state your name, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Rudy Rayadagon, Sr. About that Big Brothers and Big Sisters program, here's 2 of them right here. They ain't do nothing for them. These are called the Smalls, my kids. I'd watch where you donate your money to, because like places like the Mershite Center, that's where everybody gets together and all over the world, kind of like a Boys and Girls Club for the city where they donate all their money so they could have programs for baseball fields, basketball courts, any type of activity like that the city should be running for our children. I've noticed that our parks have been picked up a little bit. That's great news. But where's all the activities for the children? I hear about all these animals. I love animals. I've done more for this community for animals than anybody I know. Airplanes fly them all over the world when I ask them. The spade and neutering program, it's great that we're getting cages. That's a start. But someone a long time ago, and this is with the county and the city, didn't like it when Kelly Barker had this great plan. Where's everybody that didn't like that plan? It's been over a year. And that $1.7 million with Marcy Dickerson, that was Miss Hummer right there. Miss Hummer owns Steinborn. You know, perception is something else. But I surely hope this city picks it up, because the transparency in this city, missing tort claims and everything else, it's really out of control. And I don't understand, is that a plaza or is that a park downtown? Because in order for it to be a park, it has to have certain requirements. And how do we trespass people from seeing the city lights that were meant to be seen at night? Our security system seems like it's a security concepts is like Mr. Ken Mayashima's army. If they don't like you, they just kick you out of a public place. Have a great day.
Thank you, Rudy. Anybody else on my right? Seeing none, that concludes public participation. Next on our agenda is acceptance of agenda, with the exception of pulling 6.2 off the consent agenda. Ms. Rivera? I will need a motion and a second.
So moved by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Flores,
Second, Graham.
second by Graham. Christine?
This is a motion to approve the agenda as presented with removal of item 6.2 for discussion.
Christine, I'm sorry. There's one more that I have failed to recognize, and that is to move 7.22 first on the non-consent agenda. Does that make sense, Christine?
Yes, do I have the same motion and second?
Same motion. Are you okay with that, Councilor Flores, moving 7.22 up to be heard first? Well, you were the first to motion, so yes. Is that okay to include that?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yes.
Okay. Is the second, Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Christine?
So this is on the motion to accept the agenda as presented with removal of item 6.2 for discussion and to move item 7.22 to be heard first. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve.
Yes.
Councilor Graham.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Mayor is absent.
Thank you, Christine. So 6.2, resolution number 22-079, a resolution authorizing the City of Las Cruces to contract with Architectural Research Consultants, Inc. of Albuquerque, New Mexico, for professional services to provide general obligation bounding project analysis and public engagement with a total award amount of $109,800 $1,888, including gross receipts tax, and to amend the fiscal year 2022 adopted budget for $109,888. Procurement 21-22-009. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Abeyta-Stuve, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
Are they going to do the presentation?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, yes, sorry, hi.
Mayor Pro Tem, and I just had a couple questions. You don't have to do an entire presentation.
You don't feel a
Unless-
complete presentation, Councilor?
I
Okay.
just had a couple questions.
Okay, go.
Thank you. Your packet was very thorough. I just had two questions that came up. Are you prepared to have information in Spanish, like the survey, interpreters? I just want to make sure that there is an availability for Spanish speakers to participate in this process.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo. My name is Sam Bailon. For the record, I'm the buyer for this particular solicitation. The questions will be fielded by Deputy Director David Weir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Bencomo. The city's practice has been to make sure that we have all the surveys in any of the meetings, that we either have a translator or we make all the information available in Spanish in addition to English. So we'll take those steps throughout this project to make sure it's as widely available and distributed to everyone that it's interested in the project.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. And my second and last question was just around, I read that they determined that 3 meetings would be necessary. I feel like that's not enough, but can you describe to us that process?
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Bencomo, we've expanded the contract so that now there's up to 7 meetings available, and that's also in addition to your work sessions with City Council. And in previous projects like this, staff has fielded questions if additional ones were necessary and not necessarily have the consultants come down and field that. So I think the contract addresses at least an initial kickoff, and then staff has the capacity to address any additional input the council would like to see.
Okay, perfect. That addresses all of my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. Any other questions? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-079. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Thank you. Next up is 7.22, resolution number 22-101, a resolution to appeal the decision to revoke the business license for Speakeasy LLC, pursuant to Las Cruces Municipal Code Section 16-97. Mr. Cabello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I am Robert Cabello, Deputy City Attorney, and I'm here to present actually with a...
Mayor Pro Tem, did we get a motion in a second?
I apologize.
Sorry. May I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second, Bencomo.
Motion made by Councilor Abeyta-Stuve, second by Councilor Bencomo. You're on now, Councilor.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, I apologize for that. First off, I'm here because I'm requesting that the council vote on a postponement, voting to a date certain in February. And the reason is that the attorney, Matt Madrid, the attorney for Jason Estrada, the owner of the Speakeasy establishment, requested essentially what is a continuance. It doesn't really exactly exist in a council, but the equivalent of it, a postponement. His client had become ill, and from there he could not meet with him in person, and based off of that and the fact that his attorney is not here right now because he just isn't here, he's in court right now, they're asking for the postponement. I would suggest that the council vote for that, protect his due process rights, and we don't have any secondary litigation based off of that issue. And so I'm just asking for postponement to a date certain, to either of the dates on February 8th or February 22nd.
So postpone till date certain, and you've given us two options?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem and Council.
Thank you, Mr. Cabello. Any questions, concerns from council? Yes, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would, as we move forward, I would recommend that we postpone it to the earlier date, the February, is it 8th? Was that the first date that you proposed?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. Any other feedback? Seeing, oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Flores, right here.
Thank you. I know, I was
Yeah.
invisible for so
Sorry.
long.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Cabello.
Will you please speak to, yes, can't hear you.
Thank you.
There you go.
Attorney Cabello. As far as the February 8th or February 22nd, was that, those two were requested by Mr. Estrada's attorney? Or is that your date?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, those are my dates, but I did talk to those dates with his attorney, Mr. Madrid, and he was fine with either of those dates. He just wanted to know what the dates were, which one of the dates were.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that he didn't have another calendar conflict on those dates. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Attorney Cabello. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. Anybody else? I see none. So, Christine, we need an amendment or?
A motion to postpone to February 8th.
Okay. Can I have a motion to postpone till February 8th?
So moved by Flores.
Second, Abeyta-Stuve.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, a second made by Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. Christine.
This is on the motion to postpone Resolution 22-101 to February 8th, 2022. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Karan?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Thank you. Okay, next up is 7.1, public hearing is required for the resolution number 22-080. Hello, Vanessa King.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Vanessa King, City Attorney's Office. We are here on the liquor license for Taqueria Que Pasa Incorporated. Taqueria Que Pasa is requesting an application for a Restaurant B beer, wine, and spirits liquor license.
We have to do the public hearing first.
Sorry, do I have to do, I'm sorry, we have to do the public hearing first. So sorry. I'm asleep over here. So let's start the public hearing. It is, I see 1:40. We'll begin the public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience and/or on council that has any questions, concerns, or feedback to this particular liquor license? Yes,
None.
Councilor Flores.
None.
Okay. Seeing none, it is 1:41. We will conclude the hearing.
And now we'll do a motion and a second to approve.
So moved by Flores.
Second, Graham.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Graham. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-080. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Karan?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Thank you. Next up is 7.2, public hearing required for all following Circle K resolutions, and we will begin with resolution number 22-081. The public hearing begins now. Is there anybody in the audience and/or on the dais that have any questions or concerns or feedback about this license?
None.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. Seeing none, that concludes our public hearing. I need a motion.
To approve.
Yes, a motion to approve.
So moved by Flores.
Second, Abeyta-Stuve.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-081. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Karan?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
The mayor is absent.
Thank you. Next, 7.3, resolution number 22-082. We will begin the public hearing now. Is there anybody on the dais and/or in the public that have questions?
No.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. Seeing none, I have one question. Ms. King, on the Solano location, as I read in the packet, there was a reply from LCPD related to approving this particular location. What sort of things would LCPD or the Alcohol Gaming Commission be looking at as they are seeking specific to LCPD?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. In regards to LCPD, they're looking at any type of disturbances, any type of call-outs that happened at that property. And so LCPD does a check and provides us with a report for those types of things at that address.
No, so it's just for the location, at that particular location, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I understand that location is a vacant property. Am I correct in that?
Let me double check. Let me double check on that.
Okay.
I believe you're right.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. King. Those are all my questions. Still seeing and hearing nothing from our audience. This concludes our public hearing. Christine.
I need a motion.
I'll move to approve. Thank you for keeping me straight. I need a motion and a second.
So moved by Flores.
Second by Abeyta-Stuve.
Motion made by Councilor Flores and the second made by Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-082. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Karan?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor's absent.
Thank you. Next, resolution number 22-083. We will begin our public hearing now. Is there any feedback from the dais? Audience? Okay, that concludes our public hearing. I need a motion and a second.
So moved by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Flores,
Second, Graham.
second by Councilor Graham. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-083. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Karan?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Thank you. 7.5, resolution number 22-084. We will begin our public hearing. Any questions, concerns from the dais and/or audience? Seeing none, that concludes our public hearing. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move to approve. Second.
Sorry, Councilor Bencomo with the motion. Second, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-084. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Karan?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor's absent.
Thank you. 7.6, resolution number 22-085. We will begin our public hearing now. Any concerns, questions from the council, the audience? Seeing and hearing none, that will conclude our hearing. I need a motion and a second.
So moved by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Flores,
Second.
second by Councilor Bencomo. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-085. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Next is 7.7, resolution number 22-086. We will begin our public hearing now. Any concerns, questions from the dais, the audience? Seeing none, this will conclude our hearing, and we need a motion and a second.
So moved by Flores.
Motion made by Flores,
Second.
second by Councilor Bencomo. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-086. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Thank you. 7.8, resolution number 22-087. This will begin our public hearing. Any questions, concerns from the dais and/or audience? Seeing none, I need a motion and a second.
So moved. Graham?
Second, Abeyta-Stuve.
Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-087. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Thank you, Christine. 7.9, resolution number 22-088. This will begin our public hearing. Any questions? I'll start with the audience and the dais. Okay, seeing none, that will conclude our hearing. We need a motion and a second.
So moved, Abeyta-Stuve.
Second. Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Abeyta-Stuve, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-088. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Moving right along, 7.10, resolution number 22-089. This will begin our public hearing. Questions, concerns from the dais? Audience? This concludes our hearing, and we need a motion and a second.
So moved by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Bencomo. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-089. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve? Councilor Graham? Councilor Bencomo? Oh, the mics are not
The
working.
mics aren't working, maybe.
Request, but I can't. Oh, there it is. Yes.
Okay. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor's absent.
Thank you. Now, 7.11, resolution number 22-090. This will begin our public hearing. See nothing or hear nothing from our council. Audience, any questions, concerns? Seeing none, this will conclude our hearing. I need a motion and a second.
So moved by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Flores,
Second, Graham.
second by Councilor Graham. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-090. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve? Yes. Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor's absent.
Next is 7.12, resolution number 22-091. This will begin our public hearing. Anything from council, from the audience? This will conclude the hearing. We need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilor Flores,
Second, Bencomo.
second by Bencomo. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-091. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Karan?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Thank you. 7.13, resolution number 22-092. This will begin our public hearing. Anything from our council? Seeing none. From our audience? Seeing none. We need a motion and a second.
So moved by Flores.
Second, Abeyta-Stuve.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-092. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Karan?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And mayor is absent.
Next, 7.14, resolution number 22-093. This will begin our public hearing. Anything from our council and our audience? Seeing and hearing none. This will conclude our public hearing. Need a motion and a second.
So moved by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Flores,
Second.
second by, is that Councilor Coran? Yes?
Bencomo.
Sorry, Bencomo. Seeing your lights on, I'm trying to keep track. Okay, Councilor Bencomo. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-093. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Karan?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And mayor is absent.
Woohoo, we're done. Yay. 7.14. Although a very important issues, we are on to our next 7.15, resolution number 22-094, a resolution to accept the City of Las Cruces annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021. I need a motion and a second.
So moved by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Flores,
Second.
second by Councilor Bencomo. And I see Lee Ann and Demush and Chris Gardner. Nope. Hi.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. My name is Josie Trevino, Comptroller for the city. The city's fiscal year 21 annual financial report for the period July 1st, 2020 to June 30, 2021 was prepared by the city's accounting and treasury programs with contributions from city departments. First, I would like to recognize the hard work and long hours all of them put into getting this completed. But Theo Brown and Hill has audited the city's financial statements, and here with us today to present the results is Chris Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino. Good afternoon, Mr. Gardner. Good to see you in person.
Good afternoon. Good to see you in person. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. What I have here is highlights from our exit conference that we had back in December. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was in November. The state auditor has to go through a process to approve the audit before it could be made public, and that has been complete. The audit has been sent off to GFOA for the program, the awards for excellence in financial reporting, and so all that has been moved along. And what I'll do is I'm going to go over some of the highlights from the exit conference, and if anybody has any questions as we go throughout this process, please feel free to interrupt me, and I'll do the best to answer any questions. So the first slide is what we issued on our report in your financial statement. So we issued what we call an unmodified opinion. And I put in brackets there, clean opinion, because that is exactly the type of report that the city wants to receive. And it's, in essence, the highest level of assurance that we as auditors can give. And so our report states that the financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with the standards that we have to follow during our audit process. There are two other reports in the financial statements that are our reports, your auditor's reports. The one on the left is government auditing standards requirements, which is more commonly referred to as the Yellow Book. And so the New Mexico State Auditor expands auditing standards and requires us to follow the Yellow Book audit. And so what happens with the Yellow Book audit is we actually have to look at internal controls differently and test the internal controls, in addition to a whole laundry list of items that the state auditor requires us to look at, such as travel and per diem, procurement, use of credit cards. So there's a lot of expanded testing in New Mexico that we have to do. And so with that report, we don't give an opinion. All we state is how we go above and beyond what auditing standards require us to do, because auditing standards don't require us to test those controls. The Yellow Book does. And so all this report does is spell that out and then gives the results of what those testing, or what happened with our testing. In New Mexico, the state auditor requires us to not only report what they call significant deficiencies and material weaknesses, which is all the requirements by the Yellow Book standards, but the New Mexico State Auditor says basically the ground floor is the level that we have to look at. So if we have any exceptions at all, it does not matter whether it meets those Yellow Book standards, we have to include them as a finding. And this one finding that we'll talk about at the end of the presentation really is one that in other states would not have to be presented. It does not get to that level that the Yellow Book does. But again, New Mexico State Auditor has a higher or a lower threshold and requires us to have that as a finding, but we'll talk about that at the end. The other report is the one on the right, which is, in essence, it's called a single audit. So the city spends more than $750,000 of federal funds, so you're subject to a compliance audit over your grants, your federal grants. So what happens is we have to go through and do an analysis of what we call riskier type grants, and we have to go through and make sure that the city's complying with the federal requirements that have been established by the federal government. So we go through and we report, or we complete our testing, and we do issue a report. Again, we are issuing an unmodified opinion. A clean opinion is the same as your financial statement. So both reports that are issued by our firm are going to be the highest level of assurance that we can give, and actually are the type of reports that you want to receive. The next required communication that I wanted to go over is difficulties encountered in performing the audit. So really the whole thrust behind this and why the auditing standards require that we talk about this is to give council an idea of how your financial records are being maintained. As you can see, we did not have any difficulties encountered in performing the audit. We did come down and do some on-site testing, but we also did some remote testing. And what I think this communication, again, is trying to let you know is that when we ask questions, we're given answers in a timely manner. We're giving good supporting documents. And so what that should tell the council is that your financial records are being maintained in a good order, and that those records are such that we can get answers very timely and quickly. And so again, it's letting you know that your records are being maintained well. This next communication to me is one of the more important communications. So if we as auditors are having to come in and do lots of adjustments and changing numbers, that should cause maybe some concern with council. But as you can see, based upon our testing, we did not have any adjustments. And so again, I think what the thrust behind this is that the standards really want to let you know you're getting financial numbers throughout the year. Are the auditors having to come make lots of changes to those numbers? And we aren't. So that should give the council some comfort that the numbers that are being reported to you as you make your financial decisions throughout the year, they're being reported to you accurately, because again, we do not have to come in and make any adjustments. The last couple of slides are talking about your annual comprehensive financial report. The terminology changed this year to ACFR. And so the city has, and we'll talk a little bit on the next slide, for the last several years gone through and gone above and beyond not just what the New Mexico State Auditor requires and not just what auditing standards require, but they actually add quite a few schedules and a lot of information in your financial statement that's not required. And so what happens is those statistical information that's put together by the staff it's a lot of good information that the readers of the financial statements can utilize to just see how effective the finances are at the city. And so what happens is that information, that ACFR that's put together is submitted to GFOA for an award. And so again, it takes more of a commitment. It takes a lot of extra effort to put your financial statements together with this additional information. And as we can see on the next slide, there's not a whole lot of entities in New Mexico that actually try and get this award. The city has received this award for 17 years in a row, and you're only one of 18 New Mexico governments in 2020 to receive this award. So there are well above 700 governments in New Mexico, and only 18 have received this award. So it does take a lot of effort to put it together, and so therefore there's just not a lot of entities in New Mexico that do it. You are one of 4 municipalities to receive the award in 2020. So again, I think it's something that the city really should be proud of. When Josie first started off, she was thanking her staff for all the hard work and all the dedication from the accounting department or finance department. To go above and beyond and take on this responsibility saves the citizens of Las Cruces, because your bond rating is affected by this, and it's a positive thing. And so, yes, there are some hours and some extra work that, as a result of going after this award and doing an actual ACFR, but it does have some benefits to it also. And again, it gives your citizens a lot of information that normal financial statements do not include. During our audit for the current year, we did have one finding, and I had mentioned earlier about the Yellow Book standards, and this one, again, would not meet. If we were auditing in Texas, right next door to us, we would not have to report this in your audit because it does not meet the level established by the Yellow Book standards. However, New Mexico State Auditor says any exceptions that we have, regardless of what level it is, it doesn't matter, has to be reported. So during our testing, there was one I-9 that could not be located. It just wasn't in the personnel file that it should have been, and therefore we had an exception during our payroll testing. And that was the only finding that we had during our current year. Last couple of years, there were some findings that were resolved. In 2018, there were some cash receipts findings that continued last year. And then also last year, there were some prisoner housing fees that were in conjunction with the county that were where the city was overcharged. And internal controls in both of these processes have been established and are actually being followed by the city personnel. And so both of those findings are resolved. I think one of the important things, if I was a counselor, what I would be concerned with is exceptions are going to happen. You're going to have findings. But what you really want to see as a council is management dealing with those issues? And as you can see, the 2 findings that we had last year have both been resolved. I think last year we had resolved about 4 or 5 of them, and this year we have 1. And hopefully that one will be resolved next year. But the trend has been that management has dealt with your findings. And yes, findings happen, but they're not lingering around for several years. And so, again, I think that's something that's really important. If I was a counselor, I would want to take into consideration. We have some graphs to kind of go over some highlights of some of the financial numbers. This first set of graphs are what we call the government-wide financial statements. And so these financial statements have long-term assets and long-term liabilities included in them. To be honest with you, the only time the city council ever sees this methodology of accounting is during the financial statements. You don't see these numbers ever reported to you throughout the year. So what happens is all funds are combined into 2 columns. You have your governmental type activities, and then you have your business type activities. So your business types are put in one column, and your governmental types are put in another column. So everything kind of gets crunched together. Your long-term liabilities include para and retiree health care. And so even though you are required by both of those organizations to make contributions based upon rates that they've established, and the city does not have any issues with making those timely and making those payments, para is, I believe, about $6 billion underfunded. And so accounting standards require that we as auditors, in this full set of accrual accounting, record your portion of that liability. And so, again, that's not a liability you see. Really, the council is responsible for both para and retiree health care to make sure that you have established a budget, and you guys have changed your budget to a modified accrual basis of accounting. But what your responsibilities are is to make sure that you're withholding those based upon the payroll, paying into para and to retiree health care based upon the rates that they've established. And there are no exceptions. We do have to look at those types of transactions, and we do have to test them, and the city is meeting its obligations. So even though there's a huge liability that we'll talk about here in a few minutes, it's really out of the city council's control. You meet your control or your obligation to both of those entities. So again, we're looking at the government-wide full accrual methodology of accounting, and at the end of the year, the city ended up with $1.2 million in assets, about $604,000 of liabilities, and then that net position is, in essence, your equity. So your assets less your liabilities, that's how much equity you have at the end of the year of $600 million. So assets did increase a little bit, about $85 million from the prior year. $20 million of that relates to restricted cash for loan proceeds, so those monies have to be spent a certain way. $25 million related to increase in your capital assets. So with your capital assets, you have depreciation, and then you also have increases. The net number increased. Your additions were greater than your depreciation. And then there was $30 million in deferred assets that relate to that para and retiree health care calculations that I talked about a moment ago. And then your accounts receivable in the enterprise funds increased about $9 million. Liabilities increased about $41 million, and really that relates to your portion of the para and retiree health care amounts that are owed by this, where the state has an unfunded liability. And so that increase was really out of the city's control. What we've done here, this slide here is just to kind of emphasize that retiree health care. The columns on the left are your para, your pension, and then the ones on the right are the retiree health care. And as you can see, that has steadily grown over the last few years. In 2018 was the first year that you had to show that retiree health care liability. Prior to that, accounting standards did not require that. But in 2018, they started to, and they matched up with your pension. And so, again, this liability is really out of the control of the council. The next set of slides are more accustomed to how you're seeing your financial records throughout the year. We call this modified accrual, and all funds are individually presented. And so the basis of accounting that we follow, again, is the modified accrual, where long-term assets, long-term liabilities are not included in these numbers. So for example, if you were to get a loan, those loans will show up as income instead of being a liability, amounts owed. And so in this record of accounting, so if you got a loan to build a building, you would have both of those transactions being on the income statement, where you have revenue coming in from those loan proceeds, and in essence, you have expenses going out for capital outlay to pay for the building. And so this is close to checkbook accounting. It's just modified a little bit. If an asset is going to be received by the city close to year end, it's shown as an asset as a receivable. Otherwise, if it's a long-term asset, it does not show up on these set of statements. So the first slide we have is your general fund, which is really the operating fund of the city. And at the end of the year, you ended up with $57 million. As you can see, it's remained fairly consistent. There was $5 million of liabilities, giving you fund balance of $52 million. Again, that's your equity in that fund. The general fund assets are mostly comprised of cash and investments. There was $21 million of receivables, and then there's $1.8 million of inventory. So those are the assets of the general fund. The assets did increase a little bit from the prior year, but the balances did remain fairly consistent between the 2 years. Your liabilities in this fund, again, the largest one is accrued liabilities. And then accounts payable is the next largest component. And then you have deferred property taxes. Those are property taxes that are not collected within 60 days. So those amounts that are still owed at the end of August get deferred, and they are not, in essence, counted as an asset because of the long-term nature of them. And then there's other assets of about $300,000. Again, they remain fairly consistent in the general fund between both years. Your revenues in the general fund did increase about $5 million last year, while your expenses did decrease. Revenues increased by approximately $5 million in FY21. This is mostly attributable to an increase in GRT of about $7 million. Expenditures decreased by approximately $8 million during the year, and the primary decrease is really related to fire and police of $3 million and a decrease in public works of $5 million. I know some of those, the police and fire were received with grants and be able to charge to grant funds. So that's a part of that reason for that being decreased. Your 4 enterprise funds that we're going to, well, there's actually 8 that the city has. Those 8, we're going to go over the 4 major ones. Again, this, even in the separate funds, the enterprise funds are on the full accrual basis of accounting. So you do have the long-term assets and long-term liabilities included in these funds. So the first fund that we'll go over is the gas fund. Your balance sheet, your assets did increase from approximately $59 million to $68 million. This is primarily attributable to an increase in accounts receivables. Your liabilities went from $22 million to $31 million, and this is really due to the retiree health care and para, and then also an increase of about $4 million in accounts payable. Your net assets or your equity in this fund remain fairly consistent at $37 million. As you can see, it's actually been fairly consistent for the last 4 years. Your gas fund, the operating revenues did go up along with your expenses. Really a lot of this related to just the cost of gas during FY21. So when you look at the net income related to just the gas purchases that you had to pay for, and then look at the revenue increases, your margin between those two remained fairly consistent between both years. But in last year, the cost of gas went extremely high. I mean, we had those freezes, we had some of those issues, and so that's a result of that happening. The next one is the water fund. Again, the balance sheet has remained fairly consistent. Your assets, you ended up with $167 million. Liabilities, approximately $78 million, and you have net position or your equity in that fund at $89 million. So again, all those balances remain fairly consistent in the water fund. Revenues and expenses, your revenues increased slightly. Your expenses remain fairly consistent. The decrease in expenses really is a change in that para and retiree health care of about $800,000. So what happens again is the state goes through and they allocate out your cost for the pension, your portion of that $6 billion. And as a result of that, there was less expenses to charge through this year. The wastewater fund, the balances, again, remain fairly consistent between years. You ended up the year with $128 million in assets, approximately $45 million in liabilities, giving you your net position or your equity of approximately $83 million. So again, fairly consistent between the last few years. Your revenues did increase a little bit, but your expenses remained fairly consistent between the 2 years. And so your net income, actually your revenues decreased, a little bit from the prior year. So your net income changed slightly, but overall, the numbers remain fairly consistent between the 2 years. Last fund, I believe, is a solid waste fund. And again, you ended up the year with approximately $26 million of assets and $10 million of liabilities. And so, the assets remained fairly consistent. You did have an increase of about $3 million in your assets, which related to some capital assets, accounts receivables increasing, and then advances to other funds of $2.7 million. So those were the reasons for the increase in your assets. Again, liabilities remained fairly consistent, and your equity or your net position did increase about $3 million in that fund. The revenues and expenses for the solid waste fund, there was a slight increase of your revenues, and then your expenses were decreased. The charges for services increased by about $2 million during the year, and then there was an increase in 2020. You had a slight uptick in your expenses, which related to professional services of $1.7 million, and that, again, was not repeated. But you did have an increase in your pension cost of $1.8 million based upon the actuarial report that was done by PARA. With that, I'll answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you so much. That was a very thorough presentation. Sure. Yes, I just have a couple of questions. On the I-9 matter, 199 out of how many?
We tested 25 transactions.
Okay. And that was resolved?
I am not sure if it's been resolved yet or not. Do you know?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo, we have Director Joe Richards here to address the I-9 question.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilors. Joe Richards, HR Director. Yes, ma'am, that issue has been resolved. The record's been updated and corrected.
Thank you very much. And since you're here, or maybe this is a question for City Manager Peely, but what has been the update on prisoner care at the detention center?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo, we did start billing the county. The first bill was for $409,000, and currently it's down to $188,000. So they paid more than $250,000.
And then moving forward, how is that being billed?
And moving forward, we are deducting the prisoner care bills from the invoice we have sent them. So from 409, it is down to 188, and that's been in about 8 months. It's gone down.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that update.
So, Mayor Pro Tem and
Yes.
Councilor Combe, just to add on, just to make sure it's clear that the county has agreed to that arrangement, and so we're good with them. They've agreed to it, and we should be made whole in the next, however that credit applies. But
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilor Bencomo, also at the end of last year's audit, there were some internal controls that were established for extra reviews to ensure that this did not happen again. So that was done at the end of the FY20 audit. So when we went and looked, those controls were being followed, and there were no more issues or no more additions to the issue.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that update. I'm glad you had it on your highlights. And then my last question is just going back to the expenditures that decreased for PD, fire, and public works. If you could just expand on that. I know you mentioned grants, but does that have to do with staffing shortages? No?
Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. What that relates to is, with a lot of the CARES funding, some of those are now being transferred to other funds that no longer have to be expended out of the general fund.
I see.
So the costs are still there. They're just not included as part of the general fund because they were able to be charged to federal grant funding.
Okay, it's not that there was less work. It's not that there was less any of those. It's just being charged differently.
No, there was no change.
Perfect.
It's just where they had to be accounted for.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I really appreciate it.
To add to that, our federal grants did go up. From last year, we had $8 million in federal grants, and in fiscal year 21, it was $21 million, and most of it is due to the CARES grants.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's it for me, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. Councilor Flores, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Chris, and thank you, everyone, for this, what appears to me to be a good report, if not excellent. So thank you so much for all the safeguards. But I do have a question. The yellow book that you mentioned is not something that you have to apply, but you did in this audit? And what exactly is a, quote, yellow book?
Yeah. So the federal government issued really the yellow book. It's got a yellow cover, so that's what we call it, but it's government auditing standards. And so the government auditing standards were issued by the federal government to implement the test of internal controls, also the required type of education that we as auditors are to have. There's a lot of requirements that are embedded in that yellow book, and it's a federal standard that has been established. The New Mexico State Auditor requires us to complete all audits in New Mexico under those standards. And so, you know, if you're, again, go to Texas, you don't necessarily have to do a yellow book audit, but our state audit rule makes us incorporate those procedures, makes our staff have certain education, and there's just a lot of things embedded in that yellow book. But we do have to look at internal controls differently than just regular auditing standards require.
And how do credit cards play into that, or how do you determine whether there's been any credit card abuse?
So the New Mexico State audit rule, really the yellow book doesn't require us to look at those.
Okay, so you didn't?
No, we do.
Or you did?
Yes.
And you found none?
Yes, we had no exceptions with the population that we picked and selected as a part of that testing. So the New Mexico State audit rule probably has about 15 items that they have us do in New Mexico that are on top of what just the yellow book requires. So we've got to look at, like I said, travel per diem, procurement, use of credit cards, gas cards, you know, your debt limitations. There's a whole laundry list of items that we test as a part of this yellow book audit that the New Mexico State Auditor expands that and requires us to follow.
Okay, so does that mean that the city has a good checks and balances, internal checks and balances, which makes it easier for you to audit?
Yes.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay, otherwise, if we didn't have that system, you wouldn't be able to figure it out. I mean, you would have nothing to work with. Well, so that was what was going through my mind, thinking, well, so, and then I know that you addressed last year, I believe, the McCard findings and all that sort of stuff, and everything has been resolved in that regard?
Yes, those items we did have to test last year, and based upon our testing, internal controls were established to deal with the issues that were raised by that report.
Okay, so so we're running a tight ship, financially speaking. I mean,
the council, along with management, has established various internal controls, and we do go in and test those controls and make sure that you are holding yourself accountable to those controls. And we did not have any exceptions other than the one I-9. All the rest of our testing, we had no exceptions at all.
Wow. So, so we can thank Viola Perea for that and our legal department.
Yes.
So thank you, Attorney Vega Brown and your staff for that. And I don't see Ms. Perea here, and thank you for your presentation. It was very helpful.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you as well for the presentation. I did just want to make a comment real fast for Mr. Richards as well. I noted that within the end of the documentation that we were given, there was a layout of all the corrective actions. So I did want to say that I really appreciate being able to see this. And it gave that there was about 3 different methods that there was going to be corrections, and then it was to be completed no later than February of 2022. Are you still on track to have all those different items?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilors, Joe Richards, HR Director, yes, ma'am, we are. We're on track.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. And I do appreciate seeing all the different ways that you've addressed this situation. So thank you, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. Are there any other questions? Public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-094. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Thank you. 7.16, Resolution Number 22-095, a resolution authorizing the City of Las Cruces City to accept mid-year and various budget adjustments for various city departments through an amendment to the city's adopted fiscal year 2021-22 budget and, as applicable, the fiscal year 2021-22 Capital Improvement Plan CIP for the month of January 2022. Hello.
So good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. For the record, my name is Matthew Sines, Interim Chief Budget Officer with the City of Las Cruces. The resolution before you is to accept mid-year and various budget adjustments for various departments for January 2022. So with these adjustments, there are no new programs or policy initiatives. The adjustments are focused on compliance and alignment. And as I mentioned, these are for mid-year adjustments. What that means is that departments are able to reassess their budget halfway through the year and make amendments as necessary. We're also updating our all-fund summary beginning balances, and I'll get into that a little more here in a second. But what that means is that we are adjusting our beginning balances to audited actuals with the adoption of Resolution 22-094, which was the presentation you just saw. So with me today, I also have Mr. David Cedillo. He will be discussing the capital improvement program as it relates to our budget adjustments today. And I also have Mr. William Blanchard. He will be helping me out with the budget adjustments. We do have quite an extensive list today, so please bear with us, and we appreciate your patience. Thank you. As always, we are striving for best practice. So this is a look at our all-fund summary, and let me see if I can help you zoom in here for a second. Just give me 1 sec, so you don't have to strain your eyes. So this is essentially just a list of all our funds and the components that make up our funds. It might seem overwhelming, so I'm just going to walk you through this a little bit. It is included in your council packet. So our first column is our fund numbers and fund descriptions, as you see here. We start off with our beginning balances. These were our projected beginning balances that were adopted for fiscal year 2022. Next, we have our beginning balance, which we are making those adjustments to audited actuals for our mid-year beginning balances here in the black. Next, we have our column in the green for our projected revenues for the year. The column in red is our budgeted expenditures. The black column is for net transfers. As you can see on our general fund, we do have a negative amount, meaning that funds are moving out of the fund to other funds within our all-fund summary. And then we have our ending balances before our reserve. As you can see, we have our reserve here. These are the 2/12 reserve required on our expenditures. And the second to last column here in the green are the adjustments that we are requesting today for our mid-year adjustment. Finally, we have our available balances. These are the projected available balances if this resolution is accepted here today. So moving on to our adjustments, the amounts that we're requesting today are located in the column with yellow text. Also, we're letting you know what type of transaction we are processing with the letter that follows the amount. So as you can see at the bottom of our screen, we have E for expense, R for revenue, and T for transfer. So let's go ahead and get started. So in the general fund, we are adjusting revenues by $8 million. We are seeing a strong increase in gross receipts tax. We had several changes throughout the year with House Bill 479, which is basically we're seeing some of that internet sales tax in our gross receipts tax, regular gross receipts tax, as opposed to a fixed amount. So we're increasing that about 6% for $5 million. On the other hand, we are seeing a decrease in investment income, so we are decreasing those funds. You'll see several adjustments on our presentation today. We are decreasing, for the most part, investment income by 25%. So we have a decrease to the general fund of $58,625, and we're also budgeting for the New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department settlement at $3 million. Next, we have community development. We are budgeting revenues at $15,000 for the MPO contributions from Doña Ana County and the town of Mesilla. Utilities is requesting to budget $3 million in expenditures for the Foothills land cleanup. This was previously budgeted under Fund 2800. It's now in the general fund. And this was also a part of House Bill 479, which de-earmarked funds. The police is decreasing revenues by $13,500. I understand that Las Cruces Public Schools is looking for another way to use a DARE fund program money of $13,000, so we're going to reduce the revenues for that due to COVID. They're also requesting $437,000 as part of 6 positions for their personal service aid positions and 3 vehicles for that program. Again, for a total of $437,000. Fire is requesting over $1 million. They have several requests here. They are requesting 2 ambulances in the amount of $360,000. They're asking for a social worker for $72,000. They're making an adjustment to the Fair Labor and Standards Act for their switch to 4896 of $246,000. They're also requesting additional personnel funding for overtime due to shortages from their ambulance service provider of $134,000. In addition to operating requests of $200,000, just over $200,000 for capital equipment for cardiac monitors as well as uniforms. And lastly, we have land acquisition funds that they're requesting to possibly replace fire station number 2 at $85,000. Parks and Recreation is requesting additional funding for the community pool. They are seeing an increase in costs, so they are requesting $527,000. Next, we have our general fund transfers. The total amount moving out of the general fund, the net amount is $770,000. To the following funds. Fund 2402, the court award, we're looking to close out that fund with $43. Fund 2410, Keep Las Cruces Beautiful, we're also closing out the fund by transferring out the remaining funds from that fund to the general fund of $355. Fund 2470, we're closing out the DOJ program at $55. Fund 5923, we are transferring a carryover for the grant match on the transit facility of $532,000. And lastly, we have Fund 7492, the high-intensity drug trafficking area. We are making a transfer of $238,000 for some fair market value adjustments that have been carrying over for a couple years. Fund 1030, Economic Development is requesting $81,000 for their job training incentive program for Wage Plus. Fund 2100, Police is making various adjustments for their grants, adjusting those to actuals with revenues at decreasing revenues at $132,000 and reducing expenditures at $119,000. Community Development is reducing revenues of $4,635 to adjust the MPO grant to actuals. Fund 2100, Economic Development, is adjusting their EDA feasibility study to actuals by reducing revenues of $41,568 and expenditures of $41,567. Fire is making an adjustment to their fire grant by budgeting, reducing expenditures by $1 for rounding. Fund 2650, we have a couple adjustments here for investment income. We're decreasing revenues by $2,750. Fund 2780, also reducing revenues by $3,581. Fund 2780, utilities, is requesting to budget $920,000 for their Griggs Walnut Plume EPA settlement. Fund 2800, we're looking to close out the EGRT fund due to House Bill 479, so we're going to reduce the budget for revenues anticipated in there by 1.8 and also expenditures of $55,000. Fund 2810, we're adjusting investment income by decreasing revenues of $2,600. Fund 2810, we are reducing the transfer to transit capital for $785,000. Fund 2815, we're adjusting investment income and budgeting for gross receipts tax of $1.5 million for the TID. Fund 2815, we're reducing investment income of $350, and the rest of adjustments are adjustments to investment income as well. Fund 3618, reducing $561. Fund 4005, reducing revenues of $75,400. Fund 4005, reducing expenditures of $9,994 to adjust those grants to actuals. Fund 4030, we're reducing revenues of $13,800. Fund 4031, we're also reducing investment income by $171,000. Fund 4031, Public Works, we're adjusting to actuals on the revenue by decreasing revenues of $103,000. Fund 4032, reducing revenues of $109,000. Fund 4100, Economic Development, we're adjusting the Art Cultural District project to actuals by increasing revenues of $956,000. Fund 4100, Parks and Recreation, we're adjusting the Pioneer Park improvement to actuals with revenues of $1,577 and expenditures for the same amount. Fund 4100, Public Works, is requesting to budget revenues of $104,000 as well as expenditures for the Mearside flooring project of $65,000 as well as Casa de Peregrinos for $39,000. Fund 4106, we're adjusting investment income by budgeting $9,500. Fund 4106, Parks and Recreation, they're asking for additional funding for their community pool. As I mentioned, they have an increase in cost of $232,000. Fund 4201, we're adjusting investment income by decreasing revenues of $2,450. Fund 4202, also adjusting investment income by reducing revenues of $78,000. Fund 4202, Public Works, is adjusting their expenditures to bring that fund in line with actuals by decreasing expenditures of $282,000. Fund 4205, adjusting investment income by decreasing revenues of $16,500. Fund 4205, Public Works, is looking to budget $91,000 for the Magdalena Drive storm repairs. Fund 4227, we're making adjustments to investment income, reducing revenues of $45,000. Fund 4228, we're reducing revenues of $48,900 to adjust the investment income, and 4230 as well, adjusting the revenues down by $186,500 for investment income. Fund 4230, Public Works, would like to budget the Geo Bond project to actuals by $1.4 million. Fund 4270, also an adjustment to investment income of $1,500. The rest of the list on this slide are adjustments to investment income, so I'll list them for you. Fund 4270, decrease of revenues close to $90,000. Fund 4400, revenues are decreased at $46,000. Fund 4620, we're budgeting $9,600. Fund 4621, budgeting $3,300. Fund 4632, decreasing revenues at $63,000. Fund 4634, we are budgeting $8,100. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to William Blanchard to continue with the enterprise funds. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. William Blanchard for the record. And utilities is increasing revenue $185,946, expenses $430,100, and transfers $18,127 in the Utility Shared Services Fund to increase investment income and other revenues, increase their temp services, and transferring funds to Fund 5150 and Fund 5160. Utilities is transferring $23,127 from Fund 5100 in the Shared Services Capital Fund to close the fund. Utilities is reducing revenue and increasing transfers in the Shared Services Equipment Replacement Reserve to adjust investment income and to transfer $5,000 from Fund 5100. Utilities is increasing expense $35,000 in the Gas Operations Fund for professional services and minor equipment, and is transferring $3,600,000 to Fund 5250. Utilities is decreasing revenue $5,921 and expenses $100,000 in the Gas Contingency Fund to adjust investment income and to reduce expenditures to keep the fund balanced. Utilities is decreasing revenue $91,186 and expenses $14,613 in the Gas Capital Improvement Fund to adjust investment income and to reduce expenditures, and is transferring in $3,600,000 from Fund 5200 to balance the fund. Utilities is decreasing revenue $13,264 and increasing expenses $75,000 in the Gas Equipment Replacement Reserve Fund to adjust investment income and to cover rolling stock purchases. They are increasing revenue $41,000 and decreasing expense $8,000 in the Gas 15A bond project funds to adjust investment income and to reduce expenditures to balance the fund. They are increasing revenue $75,008 and decreasing expense $108,806 in the 2018 JU Project Fund to adjust investment income and to reduce expenditures to balance the fund. Utilities is increasing revenue $347 in the Gas 15A Debt Service Fund to adjust investment income. Utilities is increasing revenue $821 in the 2018 JU Debt Service Fund to adjust investment income. They are increasing expenses $659,020 in the Water Operations Fund to cover various projects and needs, and is transferring $1,223,000 to Fund 5360 to cover a negative balance, and to Fund 5350 for project funding. They are decreasing revenue $2,228 in the Water Development Fund to adjust investment income, and are adjusting investment income in the Water Contingency Fund by $1,060 and the Water Acquisition Fund by $706. And all of these are more investment income. It is $209 in the Water 09 Debt Service Fund, $2,440 in the Water 10 Debt Service Fund, $371 in the Water 15 Debt Service Fund, $777 in the Water 15A Debt Service Fund, and $1,351 in the Water 16 Debt Service Fund. They are adjusting investment income $2,424 in the 2018 JU Service Fund, $89 in the Water 10 Debt Service Reserve Fund, and $9,613 in the Water 15 Bond Projects Fund. They are decreasing revenue $3,846 and expenses $167,118 in the Water 15A Bond Projects Funds to adjust investment income and to reduce expenditures to balance the fund. In the Water 16 bond project fund, they are reducing revenue $3,552 and expenses $20,676, again, to adjust investment income and to reduce expenditures to balance the fund. They are decreasing revenue $6,578 and expenses $254,096 in the 2017 JU Improvement Revenue Bond Fund to adjust investment income and reduce expenditures to balance the fund. They are doing the same thing in the 2018 JU Improvement Revenue Bond Fund by decreasing revenue $7,192 and expenses $84,253. Utilities is decreasing revenue $8,722 and increasing expenses $1,030,000 in the water capital improvement funds to adjust investment income and to adjust the Jornada electrical upgrades to actuals. They are also transferring in $1 million from Fund 5300 to help cover these costs. Utilities is increasing revenue $1,121 and increasing expenses $38,217 in the Water Equipment Replacement Reserve Fund to adjust investment income and to cover project inflation costs. They are transferring in $223,000 from Fund 5300 to cover the negative balance. Utilities is decreasing revenue $980 in the Water 06 Bond Projects Fund to adjust investment income. And they are decreasing revenue $15,147 and expenses $141,000 in the Water 07 NMFA project funds to adjust investment income and to reduce expenditures to balance the fund. Utilities is decreasing revenue $7,802 and increasing expenses $150,000 in the Water 14 Bond Projects funds to adjust investment income and to cover project inflation cost. Utilities is adjusting investment income in the Water 06 Debt Service Fund by increasing revenue $100 and is adjusting investment income in Water 14 Debt Service Fund by increasing revenue $1,330. Utilities is decreasing revenue $50,000 and expenses $110,948 in the Water 06 Debt Service Reserve Fund to adjust investment income and to cover an operating increase. Utilities is increasing revenue $2,692 in the Water 14 Bond Projects funds to adjust for investment income. Utilities is increasing expense $1,374,384 in the wastewater operations funds to cover various projects needs and transferring $681,000 to Fund 5450 for project funding and Fund 5460 to cover a negative balance. They are decreasing revenue $20,469 in the wastewater development fund to adjust investment income and are decreasing revenue $2,761 in the wastewater contingency fund to adjust investment income. Once again, we have this slide is adjusting investment income. They are decreasing revenue $2,770 in the wastewater reclamation fund, increasing revenue $209 in the wastewater 09 debt service fund, increasing revenue $1,492 in the wastewater 10 debt service fund, increasing revenue $1,871 in the wastewater 15 debt service fund, and increasing revenue $444 in the wastewater 15 debt service fund. Utilities is adjusting investment income in the wastewater 09 debt service fund by increasing revenue of $200 and is increasing revenue $29 in the wastewater 10 debt service fund for the same investment income. They are decreasing revenue $12,052 and expenses $424,715 in the wastewater 15A bond projects funds to adjust investment income and to reduce expenditures to balance the fund. Utilities is decreasing revenue $11,697 and expenses $527,334 in the 2017 JU Improvement Revenue Bond Fund to adjust investment income and to reduce expenditures to balance the fund. Utilities is decreasing expenses $55,941 in the wastewater 15 bond projects fund to adjust investment income and transferring $500,000 from Fund 5450 for project funding. Utilities is increasing revenue $50,000 and decreasing expenses $1,359,413 in the wastewater 20B projects fund to adjust investment income and to reduce expenditures to balance the fund. Utilities is decreasing revenue $3,060 and increasing expenses $4,171 in the wastewater equipment replacement reserve fund to adjust investment income and to cover price increases on vehicle purchases. They are transferring in $181,000 from Fund 5400 to balance the fund. Utilities is decreasing revenue $9,160 and in decreasing expenses $2,000 in the wastewater 14 bond projects fund to adjust investment income and to balance the fund. Utilities is adjusting investment income with a $154 increase in revenue in the wastewater 14 debt service fund and an increase in revenue of $424 in the wastewater 14 bond projects fund. Utilities is increasing revenue $10,000 and decreasing expenses $100,824 in the wastewater 06 debt service reserve fund to adjust investment income and to reduce expenditures to balance the fund. They are decreasing revenue $11,780 and increasing expenses $270,000 in the solid waste operations fund to adjust investment income and to cover various project and operational needs. Utilities is decreasing expenses $50,000 in the solid waste contingency fund to balance the fund. Utilities is decreasing revenue $7,956 in the solid waste landfill closure fund to adjust investment income. And utilities is decreasing revenue $27,033 and increasing expenses $433,000 in the solid waste equipment replacement reserve fund to adjust investment income and to purchase additional vehicles. Utilities is increasing revenue $1,935 in the solid waste NMFA loan debt service fund to adjust investment income. We are reducing the transfer to the transit operating fund by $785,000 to zero out the transfer from the gas tax fund. We are increasing revenue $2,128,497 and expenses $2,660,622 in the transit grant fund to carry over the facility grant from fiscal year 21. We are increasing revenue in the fleet fund $133,000. That is $93,000 for solid waste admin fees and $40,000 for insurance recoveries that were not budgeted. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. David Cedillo to discuss the CIP.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchard. Hello, Mr. Cedillo.
Good afternoon,
Let's all
Mayor
take a
Pro
deep
Tem.
breath.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, almost
stand
done.
up.
We're
Yeah.
almost done.
Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you.
As Mr. Sines said, we do appreciate your patience as this is a long item on the agenda, so we greatly appreciate that. As Mr. Sines had mentioned, my name is David Cedillo, the Public Works Director, and I will be going over the CIP amendments with you this afternoon. First, we have the Magdalena Drive storm repairs, and this is a budget adjustment for allocating funds for the repairs. We also have the active transportation plan, sidewalk gaps, and this funding is being reallocated to the McPhee Valley to First Drive project. There will be some others later on that you'll see in the presentation regarding this item. We also have the Campos Street design and reconstruction. That is a budget to actuals. We also have the drainage infrastructure improvements, again, as noted by both Mr. Sines and Mr. Blanchard. Some of these are just reflecting those reductions in expenditures. We also have the GO bonds. We have both questions 1, 2, and on the next slide, 3 and 4. These are just adjusting those budgets to actuals. So I'll read out the questions for each for the record. Bond question number 1, the park and sports field improvements and additions. Question number 2, the new animal services center. We have question 3 with the new fire station on the valley, number 3. And also question 4 with the walking, jogging, and biking trail improvements. Next, we have McPhee, Valley to First, and that is allocating funds for the project. Now, these are also being allocated from these next 3 projects for the McPhee Valley to First, and those are from Mesquite Tornillo drainage improvements, the Solano Ridge project from Mars Avenue to Sunridge Drive, and also from the MAP match. Again, these fundings from these sources are being reallocated because either those projects have been completed or not using that funding any longer. Next, we have the pavement condition index. This is not a budget adjustment, but we are adding the funding source. There were expenditures that came from bonds for both the PCI, or the pavement condition index, and also down in the slide, the Veterans Park parking lot. So bond funding was used for those projects, and therefore we're adding that as part of the funding source on the document itself. Next, we have the generator buffer program, and that is allocating funding for the project, and it's allocating it from the project just below in facilities management from the refuse and recycling buffer program. As you heard earlier, the Regional Aquatic Center Phase 2, the community competitive pool construction, is getting additional funding for contingency on the project. Lastly, on this slide, we do have the fire station number 2, which was discussed earlier. That budget is for land acquisition. In quality of life, we have an adjustment for budget to actuals for the public art program. In Roadrunner Transit, this is again to reflect that budget to actuals that was discussed by Mr. Blanchard for the Municipal Services Center. Next, we have the East Lohman Landfill, waste area number 1. This is for utilities. This is that project that was listed to clear area 1 as part of that development on the East Lohman development plan. Next, we have the gas bonds, 2015A bonds. Again, that project is being removed off the list because those bond expenditures have been completed. The next project we have is the wastewater bond projects 2015A, and again, reducing expenditures for that. Our next project, the water development, as discussed by Mr. Blanchard when he was going over the utility adjustments, they're reallocating funding to the wastewater development new interceptor project. And here you see that fund allocation for that project on this slide. The remaining items on this slide are again for that reduced expenditures for each of these that were gone over in detail prior, but I'll read them for the record. We have the wastewater NMFA loan. We have the wastewater street improvement projects 2015 bond. The wastewater utilities bonds project 2020A. The water bond projects 2015A, and the water NMFA loan as well. Continuing with those reduced expenditures, we also have the water rehabilitation NMFA. We do have the water street improvement 2015 bond. That is getting some funding for those projects. Next, the next 2 are also reduced expenditures with the water utility bonds project 2020A, and also the gas rehabilitation, the low and high pressure projects. We also have another removal from the CIP with the gas rehabilitation regulator station, and they are reallocating that funding to the gas rehabilitation, the streets utility rehab fund. As you see the project below, that's where those funds are being reallocated to here on this slide. Again, we'll have another reduced expenditures for the gas SCADA that was gone over in detail before. We also have another removal because those bond expenditures were completed with the wastewater lift station renovations. We also have reduced expenditures for the wastewater street utility rehab and another removal of bonds completion from the CIP with the water rehabilitation pump PRV. As discussed in the slides before, there is some funding that is adjusted with the water rehabilitation. This is the reservoir rehabilitation project. And as noted, that was for the Jornada utility upgrades. Lastly, we do have the last project on here with reduced expenditures of the water rehabilitation street utility rehab project. And with that, here's council's options. Both myself, Mr. Blanchard, and Mr. Sines are available for any questions that you may have. We also have representatives from those departments listed on here to answer any specific questions that you may have at this time.
Hallelujah, David. Okay, here we go. I see Councilor Flores, Councilor Bencomo. Councilor Flores, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cedillo and Mr. Blanchard and Mr. Sines, for your presentation. And Mr. Sines, you know very well, I'm not, your world is just so amazingly foreign to me. I mean, I feel like I'm on a different planet, and I work really hard to try to understand it, and it'll never happen. So I'm really sorry to belabor this, but I have to ask a lot of questions, well, not a lot of questions, but Mr. Cedillo's presentation was probably more understandable to me, and it's probably because he's not an accountant. I mean, he made it sound, but this is the question I have, and it's a collective question, you know, whoever wants to take a swing at the piñata, you know, but so the part, it was your presentation, I believe, the first part, Mr. Sines, when it says that there's a non-department revenue, and then there's like 10 million non-departments, but they have different fund numbers. So, and then that happens consistently throughout the presentation, that you have different fund numbers, and then it's, for example, it'll say non-department, or all the fund, I mean, it'll have, and then in the presentation that Mr. Blanchard did, it was, again, that same thing of, so where are these departments, and why do they have all these numbers? And I understand the part where there's money. Well, anyway, can you explain that to me like I'm a one-year-old?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, I'll try to take a swing at the piñata here.
It's a challenge, I know. Thank you.
So non-department, if I had to assign it a department, I would say it's Treasury Services. So all our revenues don't have a department. Those are basically for the city as a whole, not specified for the specific. So that's why you see non-department here under general fund.
But why do they have different fund numbers?
Because we have, as I mentioned, all our revenues are not specific to a department. It's more of an overall overarching for the city. So that's the way we structure our funding.
Well, but it almost sounds like a tautological reasoning to me. It sounds like a dog chasing its tail. If you have a fund number and then non-department, 1,000 fund, community development, 1,000 utilities, 1,000 police, I mean, or then you have, or you have a slew of the same department and different fund numbers. It seems to me that, why don't you just have, I mean, why or what? What does it mean? And when we're looking at this, I, as a layperson, I can't speak for anybody else in the world, but I am looking at this, and it's like just numbers and names, and it means I can't read any, I don't comprehend it, and I don't know. I mean, and then the reason for request, there was something Mr. Cedillo went through, and it was a bond thing from 2015 So we're still paying, we're still using funds to pay for a measure back in 2015. And that concerns me, because then I'm thinking, well, we had the bond thing of 2018 or 2019, and then we're looking at possibly having another GO bond. And then are we going to have that in the future of having to readjust and not finish the projects? So I have a zillion questions, and please forgive me, but I just don't understand it.
Not a problem. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, hopefully I can shed a little bit of light on the bonds that I did mention on the CIP amendments. So the projects that I said we were adding bonds as a funding source, there were expenditures from our projects that hit, and we were able to journal entry them into those bond accounts. We did that so we can expend those because there were no projects identified with that bond any longer. So for us to help expend those funds out of that bond, and it was a 2016 fund. So as you can see, that bond is already overdue. So we were journal entering expenses to help drive down and spend those bonds so we can close those out. Those expenditures did meet the requirements of those bonds at this time. So I wanted to make sure that that's clear as well too. So we had expenditures. We moved the expenses over to the bond to help reduce that bond so we can close it, as it's been sitting out there for a while. I hope that explanation helps.
The explanation helps, but why did it take so long to close it out? I mean, was the project not finished? Was the project just finished? Did it not finish on time? That's the part that baffles me. I mean, we're in 2022. That was technically 7 years, more like 6 probably. Wow.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, I can get you the details. I don't have that in front of me right now, but those bonds usually cover a wide range of projects. And like I said, those projects that were identified at that time had been expended and completed. This was that remaining balance on the fund that we needed to draw down. And this was a way for us to help do that.
But where does that money go? There was money left over from the 2015 bond. Yes, no, maybe?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, yes. Like I said, there was funds left over in the bonds that hadn't been expended for those projects that were identified under that bond. They were sitting out there, and one of the ways that we identified on how to reduce them was by journal entering expenses that could be drawn based on how that bond was approved. So was that money left over? Yes. The projects that were identified with it were completed. Like I said, we can get you those details. That way you can have that for you, and we can go over that.
So when you have money left over from a bond, the GO bond, it's a general obligation a taxpayer-based revenue, right? So how do you justify then using that money that was voted on to be used a certain way? Is there, somehow it doesn't bring...
So, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, I'm sorry if I may have confused the bonds. The 2016 bonds that I'm speaking of are for flood, road, and facilities bonds.
Oh, but it's not a GO bond.
It's not a general obligation bond, no ma'am. So,
see, that's where my head was, so I'm sorry. And it didn't say GO bond, so I'm sorry for assuming that. It was stupid,
no apology
actually.
needed.
Okay, and so, anyway, I'm still baffled by all these non-departments and the different fund numbers and all this, the reason for requests and all of that. And I don't even know how to ask a question. And I think you know me very well, Leanne. I can't even, when you don't know enough to not understand what you don't understand, you can't even ask a question. I just don't understand this. So I don't even think I can vote on it. I can't say yay or nay if I don't understand, and I don't know.
So Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, for the record, Leanne Demouche, Finance Director. So as far as I'll try to explain the non-department on the funds, if you notice that the fund number is 1,000, which anything that starts with a 1, if you remember, it's our general funds, okay? Our general fund is what we use for I want to say probably 90% of our operating for the whole city. So when our gross receipts tax, when our property taxes, when our franchise fees, any kind of taxes that we receive, we do not identify a specific department for those revenues. They are put in, they come in, and that's why, excuse me, they come in and we call them non-department because they're not tied to any specific department. It's one, I hate to say, it's like a pot of money, and like our bank account, and it just comes in, and we do not tie that to a specific department. So what we do is we call it non-department. Now, there are some departments that actually do bring in revenue. Utilities is a good one. They have ratepayers. They pay for water, wastewater, gas, and solid waste. That money, when they get their utility bill, when it says this is how much you owe for gas, for gas, your natural gas bill, it actually is pulled straight in and goes directly to just the revenue for gas, just the revenue for water, just the revenue for wastewater. So if we have a revenue that is specifically tied to a department, we'll name that department. But for the general fund, for gross receipts tax, property taxes, franchise fees, any other kind of excise taxes that we receive, they are not tied to a department. And hopefully that clears up.
That clears up some of the muddied waters and a lot, thank you. But there are other funds, and there are other fund numbers. For example, page 11, see if one of my scribbles here. See it, can we go to page 6, please? So maybe. Okay, so say for example, 2402 Court Award. There was $43, and that the T is for a transfer, and the adjusted budget is $43. The reason is closeout fund. So where does that money go? Does it go to a general fund? Okay, and then again, 2470 non-department. Okay, and non-department can be anything, or that source can be from, and then 5923 transit, what is transit capital?
So transit has their operating, which is 5920. Thank you. I almost have all the numbers memorized. 5920 is what transit uses for their operating, their everyday business. Just like the general fund, 5920 is like their general fund. And then 5923 is where they do all of their capital in it. So currently, as you know, we received quite a bit of funding and grant funding to build the new fleet facility area out behind Motel Boulevard. That is listed in their transit capital.
And then 7492 HIDTA?
That is HIDTA. That's a high-intensity drug trafficking. Thank you. So HIDTA is, we manage HIDTA. We have like a MOU with HIDTA that we work with them on all of their finances. When HIDTA has this is for their fair market value adjustment, but when we have a new award come in for HIDTA, we bring it in as revenue, and then we expense it, and HIDTA is able to use those funds. We're like their fiscal agent.
Okay, so fair market value adjustment means that?
So we have an investment portfolio, which actually Mr. Keeley and I went over on Friday. And so we invest when we get any loans or bonds, or the GRT comes in, we invest that money, and we have that portfolio. So this is invested in T-bills, it's invested in the money market, it's invested in other municipal bonds. It's a very low risk I should say, the lowest probably risk that you could be. So every quarter, we look at how our portfolio is doing, and then Treasury comes in and they adjust to where, you know, how like when you, I don't want to use stocks and bonds, but it might be easier to use that way. But you buy some stocks, and sometimes they go up, and you do really well, and sometimes they go down. So what we do is we adjust every quarter to how that valuation, how the market valuation is for that investment. And so we do that every quarter. So that fair market value can go up, and sometimes it can go down. And that's what we're doing here, is adjusting the fair market value adjustment for them.
Thank you very much, Leanne. And thank you, Matt, and thank you, David, and thank you, Mr. Blanchard, William.
And I do want to, with Mr. Peely's acceptance, and I do want to reach out and say, if you would like to meet with us, we can have an individual session with you as well, Councilor Flores.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate your tutorials very, very much. And some of it has been clarified enough for my, my processing powers, or lack thereof.
And Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Flores and all the councilors, this is our mid-year. So we're doing, you know, now that you adopted or accepted our audit, we're doing a lot of cleanup during the mid-year. So it's once a year, so.
Okay. Thank you very much, Leanne. Thank you all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you all so much for the presentation. Not that you all weren't great, but I feel like Mr. Blanchard deserves an award for today. That was very impressive. Yes. I just had one very specific question for Mr. Cedillo around Magdalena Drive and what the update on that is and what I can report back to constituents.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo, thank you for the question. So you're not specifically asking here, but I can provide you an update with where we're at. That project, bids opened last week. Staff is going through and checking those bids so we can move forward with the award of the project.
Thank you, that's perfect. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem, that's my only question.
Sure, thank you. Yes, Councilor Graham.
Yes, also a specific to district question. The land acquisition for Fire Station 2, can you just give me a little more background on that if possible?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Graham, I'll defer the question to Chief Smith. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Fire Chief Jason Smith. Councilor Graham, to the question of the land acquisition for Fire Station 2, an opportunity has been presented to us to acquire a slightly larger piece of land very close to the current Fire Station 2. So we'd like the opportunity to pursue that. So this is the funding request for that project. Not sure if we'll pursue it all the way. We've asked Public Works to take a look at the property and see if it would work for a small residential size fire station. Nothing like what we're building with Fire Station 3. So smaller than that new station.
Okay, thank you so much. That was my only question. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Graham. I have a couple of questions, if that's okay. Slide 5, the social worker, yeah, that's you, Chief, the $72,106. Chief, speak to me about that. Is it just one social worker, two? Where is it? Where is that social worker going to land in a program? I think I know, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, that the rest of the group knows that.
Not a problem. Fire Chief Jason Smith again. Mayor Pro Tem, so the slide there on slide 5, that is partial funding for what we're looking at being our crisis intervention team coordinator. So hopefully we'll have a licensed clinical social worker who can fill that position. We're trying to bring them on this second half of the year so that then with our 23 budget request, they can be involved in hiring the rest of our team. We're looking at licensed community health workers or licensed social workers for our crisis intervention team. So this is the funding for that. On that topic as well, you see the CIT vehicles. This will be something like a mobile interview room or something similar to an ambulance in size, but the interior will have a different layout. And then some of the operating costs covers that program for just under half a year, as well as some capital purchases for cardiac monitors for the team so that they can do assessments and vitals on patients that they see.
Thank you, Chief Smith. I appreciate that. And then the DARE funding. You mentioned I think it was Mr. Cedillo and Mr. Sines related that 13,000. For La Las Cruces Police Department. And it was due to COVID. So is this money that wasn't used, it goes back, or where does it go?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll defer the question to Joy Wheeler.
Good afternoon, City Manager, Mayor Pro Tem, City Councilors. Lieutenant Joy Wheeler for the record. I am still our state coordinator for the DARE program. However, back in 2020, when the pandemic arose, Las Cruces Public Schools voted DARE out, and that was one of the money-saving initiatives that was occurring at that time. As of right now, they have not voted it back in. It's my understanding that they would like to explore other options as well. And so that was the money that we would receive from that program, and so that obviously was going back to them.
It goes back to the program. Lieutenant,
it goes back to the schools. Does that make sense?
Say that again?
It was the money that we were receiving from Las Cruces Public Schools for that program. We would have roughly 10 police officers going to like all of the elementary schools in the area.
Yes.
And so that was to supplement for the DARE books, the DARE t-shirts, all of that.
So it goes back to Las Cruces Public Schools?
Correct.
I just didn't hear that part.
Yes.
A pool, I was like, what pool? That's what I heard. Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Whittle, I appreciate that. And the slide 7 on economic development, if you could help me. The JTIP Wage Plus, can you speak a little further in regards to that, please,
Mayor Pro
Mr.
Tem,
Sines?
I will defer the question to Dr. Payares. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt. Mayor Pro Tem, and regarding that question about the Wage Plus, that is, if I'm not mistaken, $27,000 for Saputo with the support that we provided for them last year, and it is also the remainder of that is for Article, the new company that is going to be establishing at the Las Cruces Innovation and Industrial Park, and it's for our Wage Plus program that we have here as part.
So what is it specifically going to?
It is going to support training for workers. I think that for Saputo is 36 workers, and for Article, I think the eligible number were 56, if I'm not mistaken, but yes.
Say that again?
56 for Article.
Okay, and what types of workers in training does that consist of? I'm sorry, I'm
Basically,
having a real hard time hearing up here.
Correct. What the program does, Mayor Pro Tem, is that it supports training for workers that are paying above the median wage in the city.
Okay.
So if companies are JTIP eligible from the state perspective, we have an additional support from the city perspective, which is the program called Wage Plus. And we support up to $1,500 per job that exceeds those wages, the median wage, and that is coming into Las Cruces. And we support for training purposes for those jobs.
So are those the training, I guess I'm stuck on the training. What kind of training? Is it module driven? Do they get, I'm not clear on the training that they're receiving.
It depends on each company.
Okay.
Yes, it is training specific to the work that each one of the workers is going to be having, depending on where they go. But
Okay.
yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Dr.
You're welcome.
Payares. I appreciate that. Those are all my questions. Any other questions from the dais? From the public? Seeing none, and just to be cautious, I don't remember asking for a motion, so we're going to do a motion and a second,
Start
please.
over, you mean? Just kidding.
Well, do you remember who motioned in second? Because I sure don't. Okay.
I move to approve the bar.
Councilor Coran moved to motion.
Second, Graham.
Councilor Graham, second. Here we go, Christine. We're on our way.
Can we just replay it all?
So this is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-095. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And Mayor is absent.
Thank you, Christine. Next up, 7.17, Resolution Number 22-096, a resolution authorizing the City of Las Cruces City to accept various grant awards for various city departments through an amendment to the city's adopted fiscal year 2022 budget and, as applicable, the fiscal year 2022 capital improvement plan, CIP, for the month of January 2022. Can I get a motion and a second? And I'm here to write it down.
So moved, Bencomo.
Bencomo.
Second, Abeyta-Stuve.
Motion made by Bencomo, second by Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. Hello? Mr. Sines. Or Cheryl de la Cruz.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, just 1 second, please.
Yeah.
I don't think it's here. It's missing.
As far as it goes? They put it in twice, so. You don't want to sit in there to find it?
What's that? I can't. I think Barbara's going
It's not in, it's not in there.
It's 7.17. That should be it.
No, that's mine.
No, it's yours.
We are on standby for those that are listening.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm wondering if it
Should
might be
we-
good to move on to
Should we
the
move to
next
the next
item
item?
and maybe come back.
Okay, can we do that? And do we need a motion, Christine, to do that? They're looking for their presentation, I guess, yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, it seems like the presentation did not get loaded up into the end drive.
Okay, Christine, are we able to? No?
If that's okay, Mayor Pro Tem, we
Can we do that, just table and move on, or just move on to the next item? Okay, we're going to move on to the next item. That's 7.18, Resolution Number 22-097, a resolution approving exceptions to the Home Rehabilitation Program Handbook for the project located at 709 Piñon Street. Can I get a motion and a second?
So
moved. Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Abeyta-Stuve, second by Councilor Flores.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr.
afternoon.
Will, oh no.
Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, members of the council. My name is Isaias Amaya. I'm with the Economic
Sir,
Development.
can you talk directly into the microphone? We're having difficulty hearing you.
Sorry about that. Okay, good afternoon again. Mayor Pro Tem Candara, members of the council. My name is Isaias Amaya. I'm with the Economic Development Home Rehabilitation Program. And the resolution for consideration is for approving exceptions to the Rehabilitation Program Handbook for the project located at Pinon Street. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Amaya. Is this the first time doing this in front of us?
Yes, in front of you, yes.
Oh, yes, you're doing good. Keep on.
Thank you, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Okay, the background on this resolution, it's for, well, like I said, we're requesting exceptions for three of the, we're requesting 3 exceptions for a project. And the first one is to forgive the unsecured debt that is about 90% of the appraised value of the home. And the second exception is for a debt-to-income ratio exceeding the allowable 42% to 47%. And the third exception is approving an applicant to receive benefits with a charge-off of debt less than 3 years old. Okay. What happened here? Okay, these are the exceptions. If approved these exceptions, the homeowner will receive the program benefit, maintain affordability, reduce the homeowner's cost burden, all protecting the city investments. And for the record, these exceptions are allowed by the handbook and recommended by the staff, the city staff. There's a couple of slides missing here. I had some pictures, but I guess they're not in there. Okay, with this, council options, and also would like to vote an amendment on the correction of the address on the project from 709 to 402 Pinon.
Thank you, Mr. Amaya. Are there any questions on the council? Seeing none. Are there any for the public? Seeing none. Christine.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Councilor Bencomo. Of course, yes.
No, I'm sorry. Did you ask for an amendment?
Yes, for the on the title.
709 to what?
709 to 702 Pinon.
702?
Yeah, it was just a credit.
Right. Oh, the address is incorrect. 709 to 702
Yes,
Pinon.
709 to 702.
Okay.
Do we need to make an amendment, a formal amendment?
Our
Christine, or-
documents say 702, I think.
Attorney Vega Brown, do we need an official amendment or a formal amendment? No?
Okay, sorry. It's just a clerical error for Jennifer, so we can just leave it.
Okay.
I'll just fix it on my end.
Okay. All right. No formal amendment. So nothing further from council or the audience? Okay. Christine.
This is on the motion to amend or to approve Resolution 22-097. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Thank you, Christine. Are we ready? 7.17? Yes? Okay, let's hear 7.17. Resolution number 22096. Christine, the motion was made by Bencomo, second by Abeyta-Stuve. All right, I'm taking notes here now. Okay.
So good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I want to introduce our budget analyst, Rocio Gamboa. This will be her first council presentation. So thank you, Rocio.
Greetings, everyone. Mayor Pro Tem
Hello,
and City
welcome.
Council members. Rocio Gamboa, Budget Analyst. The resolution before you is to accept 3 state capital outlay grants, 2 federal operating grants, 2 state operating grants, and 1 Franklin Institute Foundation grant. The Quality of Life Department has been awarded 2 state capital outlay grants from the State of New Mexico Finance and Administration Department. The first is the Sage Cafe expansion in the amount of $920,700. The funds will be used to plan, design, construct, equip, and furnish the local Sage Senior Center. Second is for the Munson Center expansion. This award is $964,260 and is also to plan, design, construct, equip, and furnish the Munson Senior Center. Parks and Recreation has also received a state capital outlay funding of $250,000. These funds will be utilized to plan, design, construct, equip, and install improvements to Via Mora Dam. The Police Department has received their fiscal year 22 Victims of Crime Act grant for $89,149. Funding supports the Victims Assistance Unit of Police Department, including salary and fringe and professional development costs for 2 crime victim advocates, providing services to victims of crime in our community. Quality of Life has been granted the Mission 2 Mars Community Programs grant for $15,000 from the Franklin Institute. These funds will be used by the Museum of Nature and Science to partner with community-based organizations to provide programming around NASA missions to children and families traditionally and underrepresented in the STEM fields. The Las Cruces Airport has been awarded 3 grants, all from the New Mexico Department of Transportation. The first is for $50,000 and will be used to pay for surveying and gathering the geotechnical data to support the initiation of design of the 826 runway extension. The second award is for $128,200 and intended to pay for an environmental assessment to conduct historical properties mitigation at the runway 826 extension. And the third award is ARPA funds for the amount of $59,000, and these funds will be used to pay for operating expenses at the Las Cruces International Airport. And that shall do it for this month. Here are your council options. I will stand for questions along with Madeline Shea from Grants. We also have representatives from each department available today to assist with questions.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Rocio.
Cheryl de la Cruz, right?
Rocio Gamboa.
Say that
Cheryl's
again.
not here today.
Oh, Ms. Zamora, right? Tell me your last name again.
Gamboa.
Thank you, Ms. Gamboa. You did excellent, and I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you so much. Anything else from you? Yes, or, okay, Councilor Coran?
I'm just wondering if our motion and second are still valid? Are they still out there? Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing no questions or concerns, how about from the audience, from the public? Any public comment on this item? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-096. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor's absent.
Okay, moving right along, 7.19, Resolution 22-098, a resolution amending sections of the city's home rehabilitation HR handbook related to various aspects of the home rehabilitation and the mobile home utility upgrade programs. Hello.
Hello there. Good afternoon.
Mayor Pro Tem, can we get a motion?
I'm sorry. Yes. I was getting there. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilor Flores.
Second.
Second by Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Kevin Wilson with Economic Development, Housing and Family Services for the record. We're here to request approvals to the amendments to the Home Rehabilitation Handbook. The Home Rehabilitation Program is a federally funded through Housing and Urban Development Administration program that we use community development block grant funds to provide housing assistance for low and moderate income housing here in Las Cruces. The Home Rehabilitation Handbook outlines all the policies and procedures for the programs, as well as all it outlines all the policies and procedures for the program. The last time it was revised was in 2013. That was approved by City Council in February of 2013, so almost exactly 9 years ago today. Staff has looked over the needs over the past few years and find a need to update and improve the efficacy and efficiency of the various programs to further provide benefits to the City of Las Cruces residents who are eligible. Our proposed amendments to the handbook are revising the financial structure and the adoption of affordability periods. We're making significant changes to the mobile home utility upgrade program to become the utility upgrade program. And we want to structure loans as deferred payment loans now and have them go away during an affordability period like a grant would. And we want to adopt more flexible allowances for soft costs. Prices have gone up on all of the services that we receive in determining the house's needs, and thereby we require further assistance, and we'd like to apply those as grants to the homeowners rather than debt. We also propose to ask for an increase in cost limits to the mobile home ramp program. That's just a reflection of services and goods are getting more expensive. And disallowing subsequent rehabilitation projects to be provided to the same resident at the same property, thus allowing us to provide more to new applicants within the program. And we made a lot of minor adjustments to corrections to spelling and grammatical errors throughout the document. I hope I've got them all, and I'll probably find more. And also, we feel that the changes are necessary to improve the various programs and services that the Home Rehabilitation Handbook governs over, and also support the existing affordable housing stock for low and moderate income households. At this time, you have your options, and I welcome any questions from council and public.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes, Councilor Flores, Councilor Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Kevin. Can you go back to page 4, please? Slide 4.
I'm sorry, which slide?
4.
Yes.
Okay, so on the second bullet, disallowing subsequent rehabilitation projects to be provided for the same residents and same property, what exactly does that mean?
So at this point in time in the handbook, we allow clients to come back to the program and request additional, further on in the future, and request additional help with the property. What we'd seen in the instances that those came forward was a lot of deferred maintenance and such, and we thought it would be better. We didn't want to disallow, like, if a family member inherits a home, well, then it's not the same home, same owner, right? So we can continue to help, but we give very large benefits to the homeowners, and we'd like to keep that to one per household, rather than using funds multiple times in the same household.
So what if it's a totally different, so what exactly then does the rehabilitation project encompass? What does it cover?
It can cover anything from as extreme as our tearing down a home and rebuilding a completely new home, which we're in the process of just finishing up one right now, to something as, just a weatherization project, looking at making weatherization improvements to the home for sustainability and affordability, like windows. Or,
Okay,
so a remodel of a bathroom. So they vary widely.
Okay, so when someone makes this request, do you go in and assess the entire property to see the rehabilitation that's needed? You make that assessment and then move forward with the rehabilitation as assessed by you or the contractor?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, yes, when we do a structure, what we refer to as a structure survey after an intake interview with the clients, and we go to their home, and while they may say, I just want a roof, well, if we find dangerous electrical situations, look at the future. We could provide accessibility. There's trip hazards within the home. So when we come into a home, we're really looking at it from a holistic approach. You may just want that leak stopped in your kitchen, but we want to make sure this home is a safe and decent place to live when we leave here. And the changes that we're making to the handbook are going to facilitate the homeowners realizing what a benefit this can be, rather than creating debt for them that takes a great length of time for them to go home.
So I think my concern is this, that sometimes there are hidden or latent problems in a home.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one concern I have. The other is that over a period of, say, 20 years, you start finding things that just, say you go into a home 20 years down the road, things start to fall apart. So it'd be the same owner, the same property, but that person would not be able to come in and get something. So, or do you have any, there's no time, like limiting it to maybe a 20-year period? I know my home was built in 2001, and it was built 20 years ago, and there's little things just falling apart right and left. I mean, it was a new house back then. So I'm just going by that, like 20 years from now. If I came into the city and said, I want to know if I qualify, you come in and look at my house, and you go, oh my God, we have to repair the whole bathroom because of the water that yada yada comes through. Mm-hmm. So and then 20 years from now, you do all that, do an assessment, and then 20 years from now, other things start falling apart. So do you take that into account? And that's the problem I'm having with that clause. Mm-hmm. That it's too prohibitive or too. Good point. I think it's prohibitive.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Flores, thank you for that question. Fortunately, the handbook always allows itself we have Home Rehabilitation Advisory Committee who can make decisions, and when we are doing something on the level that you're talking about, we would come back to council and then request that if we deemed it an emergency. If it's little things to fix here and there within the house, that's really not the intent of the program. The intent of the program is really looking at a holistic, safe, but given that 20 years, they weren't handy, they had no disability at one point in time. 25 years passed, and they may have a disability and they may need something from the program. We also have access to many other resources within the state of New Mexico and the city of Las Cruces in order to assist them in ways that are possible. When those aren't possible, we always have the option of coming to the good people on the city council and requesting an exception to the handbook so that we can move forward with very needed projects.
Okay, so do you have that language in the proposed amendments that allows the city council to override this?
That language has remained within the handbook. We've never changed it.
Oh, the handbook does have that language now, and that won't change in the event that...
It is a blanket coverage of everything, so yes.
Okay, I'm not familiar with the handbook.
That's correct.
So, okay, well then, thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. Councilor Graham?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My concern was resolved with the line of questioning that Councilor Flores used. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions from the dais, from council? How about any public comment on this particular item? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-098. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham? Councilor Bencomo? Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Resolution number 22099, a resolution to support New Mexico legislative sustainability. And a second.
So moved. Thank you, Kevin.
Second, Graham.
Move. Councilor.
Oops. Good afternoon.
Hi, Lisa.
This is Lisa LaRock. I'm the Sustainability Officer for the City of Las Cruces. Welcome myself to this marathon of topics. So
yes, welcome, welcome.
I promise no numbers. Hello, councilors. Today I'm here to of New Mexico with a brief overview of the bills in 3 categories: in energy, environment, and financing. Those 3 slides. So the first category is energy, and more than this list that I'm going to talk about, but I wanted to highlight them and Representative Nathan Small, the sector of the low-cost, low-term funding mechanism. By Nathan. And new counselors, if you didn't know, formally called, this was sponsored by Senator Romero and addressing climate change. This bill is also sponsored by. Next one I'm going to tell you about is water conservation, and that water legislation in Mexico. Andrea Romero to file this. One that I'm listing, environmental green amendment. This is the second year for this, and it's to amend the New Mexico Constitution Bill of Rights to future generations have the right to a clean and healthy environment. And that's sponsored by Senator Cedillo. One has to do with finances. There's a Mexico Environment Department and the Energy, Minerals, Natural Resource Department to increase their budget to do climate action work, up to $47 million to try to climate that are doing, and this will be funding in the area of clean energy, gas, water, and forestry from federal funds. And this is sponsored by Governor Lujan Grisham's budget proposal. The last one is Public Bank for New Mexico that will authorize a public bank owned by the state to assist with financing infrastructure, energy, and economic development. And a breaking one that I want to mention as well is that there is a memorial that's being sponsored by Liz Stefanik to research the state taking the electric grid and both the state and municipalities being able to generate and sell electricity of investment-owned utilities. This is the very first step of it, but it's an opportunity to replace oil and gas industry with renewable energy sales. So that is a list of exciting things. Starting is the beginning of the session. for voting.
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate that. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Laura. Do you, I mean, we're going to vote yes, and then it goes to Santa Fe, or, and what other action do you need from, or the city, or then just sending it off? Do we go up and advocate for this, and are you going to have a little fact sheet, or what I call a cheat sheet, for us to go by? Are you making us work? Dang.
Mayor Pro Tem Councilor Flores, I forgot to mention that there are two ways that the city will be advocating for this. One is through the advocate that the city is, and Larry, yes. And the second way is the Coalition of Sustainable Communities of New Mexico, which is a coalition of Albuquerque, Santa Fe County, Los Alamos, and Las Cruces, and some other small communities. That coalition comes together for all the cities that have this to support the legislation. And thirdly, I'd be happy to give you a cheat sheet.
Thank you. Coalition is probably fine-tuning their approach in terms of who to target, which legislators to go to, or how to talk to them. Hopefully they listen. Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Flores, there is a strategy that's used, and if on Zoom, we have a very nimble group of people that will go and comment, and we welcome you to join in that process.
Great.
If you'd like.
Thank you, Ms. LaRock, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Flores. Any other questions, feedback? From the council, any public comment? Seeing none. Chris.
On the motion to approve Resolution 22-09, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Correa?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, and the mayor is absent.
Thank you. 7.21, resolution to postpone the of an administrative program for the trap neuter return policy. I need a motion and a second.
So moved by Flores.
Moved by Flores.
Second, Corin.
Second by Cran.
Proceed, Attorney Cabello. Proceed.
Council, I'm again Robert Cabello with the City Office, here to present a postponement of the development of an administrative program for the TNR policy. So, back in May 17th of last year, Council approved Resolution 174 in support of TNR and return. As far as trap neuter and return, that includes like in that policies that required education for the owners of community, but the caretakers of community, for neighbors, affordable costs, neighbors who wanted to repel cats mainly. August 16th, the City Council number 2983. That was actually a large change. That was a repeal and replace of all of Chapter 7 of our ordinances, and that really just includes all that. So it included a number of things, definitions of, it was not just nominal, things about how things like fancy pigeons and other things that were included, things about the barking dog, how to report loud dogs. More relevant to this issue is TNR. That was what was passed. Now, as part of that, there's a section in the ordinance, LCMC section 31M. Now, that section requires the development of an administrative program, and I have to read it because it's really quite long. It includes, because it's too much for me to remember. It includes the best practices for community cat caregiving, including basic expectations, responsibilities, and educational information for caregivers, and the general public, mechanisms for maintaining and listing available resources for community cat caregivers, and others impacted by community cats, methods by which to register community cats and community cat caregivers with the Animal Control Unit, including provisions by which conditional registration is provided to caregivers is earned to be fully compliant with the community cats within a set period of time, and ongoing compliance requirements, revocation of either conditional community cat caregiving, including so the proposed resolution, originally under that section, we were supposed to have developed 120 days after the adoption, so that would have been by December 14th. We would have an administrative program. We don't have it. My understanding is there is a draft proposal in, not the Animal Care Task Force, but the subcommittee, the TNR Task Force, which is a subcommittee of the Animal Care Task Force. That has to go. Once that is passed, then it goes to council. And so I'm asking to postpone the deadline up until June 14th, 2022. That'll open up to questions. For questions, I do have Eric, the liaison from the administration, Care Task Force. I think if Clint Thacker here, from the Animal Service Center of Mesilla Valley here.
Thank you, Rob. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Attorney. So the clause you read and all the other verbiage there wasn't taken into account at the time we passed the ordinance. Is that basically what you're saying? And we passed the ordinance and there was the 120 days or 4 months for implementation. This particular clause read precludes that? Is that, do I understand that correctly?
Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, Councilor Flores, it's kind of what it is. There was not an administrative program set up. We had passed this. We don't have the administrative program. And I could speak for Clint Thacker. Money is a concern, is a factor as far as what he can provide, the services that he has, with the resources he has. I don't know. I know that this postponement was required because maybe agreements couldn't be met.
Who requested the postponement? Where did this come from? Or from legal, or from Clint, or from the tax?
Councilor Flores, I was tasked with this by the assistant city manager, because wanted me to do this postponement.
Oh, well then, you're in the hot seat now, Mr. Enriquez. Assistant City Manager. Thank you, Attorney Cabello.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager. Yes, when it was back, the ordinance was adopted back in August. We had 120 to come up with only a plan as far as how it was going to take place with the TNR. And the subcommittee worked very hard to come with that, and so did the animal shelter and animal control. It's just that we ran out of time and we were not able to get that plan up to City Council and complete that date. So we asked for a postponement or an extension of that time. One of the things that did take place was the resources, which was really the surgeries. A lot of cats, the TNR was put into place, and we had to back off from the public input of bringing in cats because of the limited surgeries. And I can let Mr. Thacker give more explanation on those details. But that's what it came to, and that's why the delay. And since we failed to meet the deadline the first time, that's why we want to come back to the City Council and ask for an extension so that we can regroup and get that plan in order with the resources that are needed.
So instead of the 4 months, it's going to become 10 months. I mean, if you're asking till June 22, did you say? That's a bad, bad date. I'll tell you why later. No, it's personal. But
yeah, that's the
so
date.
that would be 10 months as opposed to the 4 months that the ordinance stated. So I just want to know what has taken place. Have any steps been taken in that direction, Mr. Enriquez? And if not, how are we going to go about it to assure that, say we do vote for the June extension, what steps are being taken and by whom and how, and just the details and the technicalities. We don't want to be going down between now and June and not really developing something, doing something, and then find that we aren't prepared again, not prepared to implement the TNR ordinance.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores. And that's what we want to make sure, that we don't miss this time. So it's not saying, we're asking up until June, hopefully we can get things in order. We've had some meetings. We want to regroup with the task force. We want to implement some of the things that need to be taken care of for the budget, and especially hear some of the dilemmas that the animal shelter is having, especially with the surgeries.
So are you saying, Mr. Enriquez, that it's the task, you want direction, or I'm trying to figure out how this is going to come about. The subcommittee of the task force, two members are present right now, and I know they've worked very hard, and the City Council has been chastised by them, rightfully so. I'll take full responsibility as an individual member. And I personally thought, okay, fine, we passed the the ordinance, and everyone's going to be working to make it pass. And I don't know who everybody would be. I just figured it's going to happen. And but we kept getting calls and emails from Kathy and from my other little friend out there. And I know that they've worked very, very hard. So tell me, Mr. Enriquez, what steps have been taken other than the subcommittee of the task force meeting and making recommendations? Have any affirmative steps, any affirmative action taken place in that regard?
The steps that have, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Flores, some of the steps that have taken place was that when the ordinance went into effect, the TNR did take place. So animal control was taking the traps out there, and they were returning them with cats, and surgeries were performed. Unfortunately, there was a lot of limitations, especially with the surgeries and those getting done. So had to back off a little bit, especially with the public, and Clint Thacker can explain more in detail with their operations. But all the work that the subcommittee did is not discounted and is not being set aside. Their proposal was very lengthy and had a lot of operations and tasks as opposed to a policy. And the shelter has also created a policy. So we want to combine those, have a meeting, combine those, and come up with a policy, and then with a handbook to kind of identify those things. But there are still some budget items and resources that need to be identified, and that's where we're headed, in that direction.
I see. I suspected that it was a lack of financial resources than human resources. And for that reason, I thought, well, we all know that that the Animal Service Center is definitely in dire need of more finances and more staff and space, right, Clint? So But it still seems to me that this should have been moving along. And I'm not, 6 months, so nothing was really, well, yes, something was done, some TNR has taken place, but not on a scale that we expected it to proceed. So the 6 months is a date that you believe, Mr. Enriquez, everything will be finalized? Things will be, fashioned in such a manner that things will be moving along? Or are we going to are we in a budget deficit or deficiency to finance all of it?
Councilor Flores, that's a date that Legal and I had come up with to say, at least give us this amount of time. We'd like to do it sooner if possible, of course, but one of the biggest limitations that we didn't see, or obstacles, is the surgeries, not having veterinarians, and that really put a halt to a lot of the program. And I can let Mr. Thacker further explain with.
Did you say the surgeries not having what?
Not having veterinarians to perform the surgeries.
Right, correct.
And that we were not aware of when this was all taking place is really a huge dilemma.
Yeah, well, yes, yes, we find ourselves in a quagmire here, but it was foreseeable that if we're really going to go gung-ho on this program, that this TNR, that we would necessarily need the staff and the room to do it. So do you think that by June 2022, everything will be streamlined and ready to go and operate smoothly? Mr. Enriquez?
Councilor Flores.
I need your guarantee. No. I just need to know that this is being thought out and steps have been taken since the last 4 months to proceed there, because I almost feel like we're at ground zero. I feel like we're, starting anew. And so I'd like to hear from you as to whether we have anything to build from at this point, or are we starting at ground zero?
No, Councilor Flores, we have a lot to build on. Like I said, the document already came from the subcommittee that put a lot of work into it, and it will be utilized along with what the staff at the shelter has come up with to combine that. So I can guarantee before the 6 months we'll have that policy in place and the budget items request. Where I can't give a guarantee is I have no control over the veterinarians in this area, and we're all going to try to reach out to even the local vets and have a plea to see if we can create some kind of partnership to have them come in and do surgeries.
Okay.
But that's the one where I can't guarantee.
No,
but as far as getting the policy in place within the 6 months, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I think that sometimes exaggeration makes the point, and I know that this isn't something that you can't guarantee because there are so many variables and movable parts. But Clint, do you want to add to anything to that in terms of your vision or your thoughts on how this is going to proceed or not?
Clint Thacker, Executive Director at the Animal Service Center, Mesilla Valley. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you. Trap Neuter Return has, it's been surprising the incredible response that we've gotten from the public and from just really people trapping and the animals coming in. And when I say animals coming in, that could be coming in from animal control officer that's bringing them in. It could be coming from public that says, hey, we just want this, I trapped this cat, I want you to TNR it. And it could also be from people bringing the cats in saying, I trapped this cat. Not for the purpose of TNR, just it's in my yard. And then we also have rescue organizations that work with individuals throughout the community that they also bring animals in. So when we looked last year, or when this ordinance was being done, we looked at the feral intake of the city. We looked at that number and we said, yeah, we can absorb that into our numbers. And
In reality, I don't know if it's just because it's a high year, or if it's a high intake year, or if it's because TNR went out and people are saying, yay, these animals that we have aren't going to be euthanized anymore. But the intake has just skyrocketed. We've done over 500 City of Las Cruces cats. And the front alone, and that's animals being brought in over the front of the counter by people who say, I trapped this cat in my yard. There's over 300 just by that. And so what we're saying is, oh, and also with all these surgeries happening, we've had 2 veterinarians move on to bigger and better things. So that leaves us, I believe we have 4. I think I said 3 earlier, but I think we have 4 contracted veterinarians. And when you hear that, you're like, oh, great, that's a great number. In reality, they only do 1, maybe 2 days a month at the ASCMV for surgeries. Now their contract is for 35 animals to be done, and anything over 35 they get paid extra for. So we had one vet come in, one of our contracted vets just the other day, and did 44 surgeries, and that is incredible. The incredible amount of time.
Over a period of how much time? 44 cats?
6 hours.
Holy
7 hours.
moly.
Yeah, it's like a factory, and that's again, when we're looking for a veterinarian, we're not looking for a brand new out of the college or a former practice that retired. We need somebody that can do surgery and can do surgery fast. So with all these things, I'm saying what it is we were not expecting this huge intake, this influx of trap, neuter, return cats. So December 3rd, we suspended, I should say, the public portion. And what that is people saying, I have this TNR cat for TNR, bring it in. That part was suspended. It's a very small number. There's ways around that. They could just call animal control and say, I need this cat picked up. And then city goes and picks it up, and then we count that as an intake, and it's spayed or neutered and then returned. They could also contact a rescue group and say, can you help me get these animals sterilized? So it's not a big number, but it has helped. Our biggest times that we have issues with is the weekends, because we have no surgery on the weekends. So Friday, impounds come in, they sit on Saturday. Saturday, impounds come in, those sit in line on Sundays. And so Monday rolls around, we have surgeries, and we have 40-plus cats sitting there waiting. And that's where we've come in with issues. Now, we've asked the veterinarians if they could do surgeries on Saturdays. Saturdays are special days, we can't require them to come on Saturdays, but occasionally we do get some surgeries on Saturdays to occur. So I'm telling you all this to let you know that we are dealing with it in our own way. We had a great meeting on Friday with some of the city council, animal control, and we have plans set forth to write a letter out, and that's being scripted right now. We have the JPA that's being redone. Had a good meeting with Eric and also with Mr. Macias with the county. So that's definitely going to be some changes in there that we talked about, saying these animals, we're at DEFCON 3. Do you have to bring these types of animals in? So it's all coming up to the point of saying that we're working on it. Now, when I come back to TNR, I'm sorry, I got on my soapbox. Coming back to TNR, the question really came down to, in the subcommittee, whose job is what? Is it the subcommittee's job to write this policy? Is it the subcommittee's job to formulate a budget? And it came down to, if we don't do it, or if they don't do it, then who's going to do it? And we were trying to meet that 120-day deadline. And by the way, when you say 10 months, generally, in my experience, when an ordinance is passed, it says it will go into effect in 3 months' time, or in 2 months' time. And then we're able to build up and get those things ready when the ordinance goes into effect, and then bam, we're ready to roll. But this one took us by surprise, because I believe it was 3 days after it was passed that says it will go into effect. So we were scrambling just from day one to get all these things done. But kudos to the TNR subcommittee that we were able to get things completed. So that's why the extension In all honesty, I went to Eric and asked for the extension because I could see that we weren't going to get all of these things. And it was actually, we were actually passed when I asked that. So it's just an effort to get everything done the correct way. And Eric's absolutely right. We've done a lot of work. And kudos to Kathy Stark and Jerry Wheelsel doing what they've done, and also other members of the subcommittee, because we have a budget to start with. We have a TNR policy that we can work on. Now that we know what the city's looking for, we can modify both of those. So there's been more done in the last probably 3 weeks than there has since August on the policy.
If I may,
Yes.
and I need your input, Madam Chair, and who's the other member? Is Tessa, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve, are you still?
Councilor Coran.
Councilor Coran is now
Councilor
serving.
Coran. Okay. As far as policy goes, and this is also for the city attorney to answer, as far as policy goes, this is a city ordinance, this is a city council, and city council sets policy on all things city. That is my understanding. The task force and the subcommittee is advisory. But if we're going to adopt that policy, if we're going to adopt a budget, it has to come to city council. Am I correct or incorrect about that? Because I gave it a lot of thought, and I know that Kathy and Jerry have worked very, very hard on this, and it isn't to minimize their work. It's to acknowledge, though, to state, to recognize that this is a function of the city council. It's a function of the city council, and it hasn't been brought to us in that way, and it's something that I'm raising now after all these months that have gone by. And so, yeah, and then the budget, I think, has to come from you, Mr. Thacker, because you're the director and you have a budget, right, that is presented to, or how do you work out your budget? Do you go through what used to be Leanne? So I need some help on that, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Peely. There's a budget aspect to this ordinance. It has to go through the appropriate protocol and steps, processes, correct? And so who generates the budget, or does it come from Clint? Does it come from our budget department? And then we have to approve it. The city council has to approve it. So those are the questions. Yes, Mr. Peely.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores. So because this is a JPA, technically there's a governing body that Clinton reports to. Well, yes, that's true, but it's a city ordinance. Sure.
So that's, and I think that it's not a question for the board. The TNR ordinance is not a question for the JPA board. It's a question for exclusively for the city because it's our city ordinance. So it doesn't go to the board. But in terms of the budget, creating the budget, and the policy, we have to review that. But who creates the budget?
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Oh, excuse me.
Because it's a JPA, the expectation is that Clint and his staff prepare that budget. It's not under my purview. Prepares that budget, reports to the JPA. Ultimately, the funding that comes from the city is, of course, approved by City Council. But we're only half of that. The other half is the county. And so what pertains to us certainly comes through the budget process. But as a JPA, Clinton, the expectation is that he prepares that budget, he comes through, Ultimately, you would. I mean, you're correct. Ultimately, the council, because you have to approve our portion of that budget.
Specifically, the TNR ordinance. So everything that's drafted has to note that it has to be referring to be consistent with the ordinance, the city ordinance. And so it would really be, I think, incumbent upon you, Mr. Thacker, or your staff, to figure out or to estimate how many surgeries you're going to be performing, the costs that are incurred pertaining to the TNR process. Everything has to be taken into account. I think it's, yeah, and then it has to be submitted to City Council.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Flores, just to let you know that we have done that. Subcommittee did a fabulous job of identifying how much costs are going to be and label everything out from education to a TNR coordinator to surgeries. And that's all been done. But in answer to the other question about the budget, there's a yes and no factor here. There's, yes, it does come for me when I'm talking about surgeries that I'm going to perform, but no on the part where we're talking about traps purchased by city or education material handed out by animal control officers. So that's what the city needs to decide, is how much is the city going to grab hold of this program and do, and how much is expected or the ASCMV needs to be done. Because I can do the surgeries, that's obvious. I can do the surgeries. But there's other topics of conversation too, or other assignments that need to be dealt out. So that's what I'm saying. The budget, if it needs to be split up, or if somebody else all has it.
I don't think anybody has the expertise or the information at hand, though, Clint, Mr. Thacker. I think that, I don't know if you would gather that information from animal control in our city, if they have the data for everything that's pertaining to, everything that is in relation to TNR. And do you keep track of those expenses in any way, Clint, in terms of TNR, just generally TNR? Do you break it down? Do you know how much? You know how much it costs per cat. I mean, I've seen numbers, so does that, when you do that per cat cost assessment, does it include from the pickup time, the manner it was picked up in, the time the ACO spends, the cage it's carried on, the cost of that, all of those different steps? It's a monumental task, but it has to be done to determine how much money it's going to take to carry it out. Yeah. And the thing is that you can't have our budget department do that, because where would they go? I mean, who would have that information? Well, I would surmise that it would have to come from the Animal Service Center. You, Mr. Thacker.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Flores, you're right. I mean, the information needs to come from the area it is, but you described two very distinct things. Is the individual, or multiple things, is the individual getting the trap, they get the trap from the city, and that's an education opportunity. And then when the animal control officer goes out and gets the trap or the cat from the individual that trapped it, that's another educational opportunity. And then when the animal comes to the ASCMV, so it's the city's issue all the way until the ASCMV, and then the ASCMV gets the animal. We have the money of sterilizing it, caring for it, and then transporting it back out to the area it was in. So there's multiple opportunities for education. Most of those lie on the animal control officer in the city. And there's also a separation in budget issues of the animal coming to us and being picked up.
Maybe the best way to approach that then, Clint, would be to to look at how much money you spend on TNR, the whole process, and then just do the allocation of the percentage of cats that come from the city and multiply that, and you would probably have a figure, at least a ballpark figure. I don't know. I'm just trying to think out loud and
It's complex.
It is complex. It's very complex. The whole process is complex, and I think that it's been very difficult to, obviously, to get it done. And it is complex. I understand that.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, I know a very simple way to make it not complex is you can assign animal control under me and have our own department, and then I would be able to have, I would have that, all that information, I'd have all that one budget instead of the two separate issues.
That's a conversation you have to have with our city manager. That is not, now I can say that's definitely above my pay grade. In fact, all of this is above my pay grade.
If I may.
In fact, we're all getting underpaid, by the way, no. So, but at any rate, seriously, it's not within, that would be, I don't know, I don't even know, but I think it'd be, that's someone, like Mr. Peely is a person who would determine that. And I don't know, so are you saying, Clint, that you don't have a working relationship? We have the police chief right here. I mean, dang.
I have a working relationship with
You don't have a working relationship with your ACOs in the police department?
Absolutely I do, but that's not the point. The point
Are
is
you saying you don't have enough autonomy, or what?
there's two budgeting items that are there, the two separate budgets going for the same issue, and that's where the issue lies. Is how much do I budget? You're asking me for this budget from Animal Control or from Animal Services Center, and I could do that. But why would I get money for their officers going out and doing the off the city part? I should only be asking for money to come when it comes to the Animal Service Center.
Well, then I understand what you're saying now. So that's something then that Mr. Chief Dominguez would have to look at, and because he's part of the city and he has to comply, all those cogs in that wheel have to conform to the statute, to the ordinance. So that would be their job. I mean, to give us a number, because we need, dollars and cents type. We need the figures. So that part's understandable.
If I may, Councilor Flores, and just provide a little more information. Mr. Peely, if I may, I see it as an ecosystem that has like these arms, right? Administrative, it has the center and the police department, and all these arms are making hopefully a successful TNR program, right? And so I think part of it administratively, from the city's perspective, and what I hoped wouldn't happen was not, well, what's happening today, right? There's a budget that makes this happen, and we don't have a budget attached to as part of this ordinance. So, for example, Friday we convened a meeting with Councilor Curran and myself, Lieutenant Whittla, Gino, Supervisor Jimenez, and Clint, and Eric Enriquez, and we spoke to the ordinance and administrative process that it's going to entail. We spoke of a funding that would assist our codes officers, and right now they need a few more FTEs really to make this a successful program, and right now they're just responding, to these calls that make it very, very difficult. So there's the FTEs that need to happen. They spoke to a TNR coordinator, right? We spoke Animal Services Center, have a TNR coordinator so that the two can interface with each other to make this occur. So And then there's all these ancillary things, major things like the vet. We can't continue with a robust program without this vet putting in more days, if you will, to get these surgeries done. So like I see this as a system that interfaces or not. And part of it is, for me, is ensuring administratively and budgetarily that we give enough funding to this program from the city's perspective, aside from the JPA. Oh, yeah. For sure, but also engaging our city manager during budget retreat that says we need more funding to be able to, but correct, we're half of that puzzle, if you will. So I think we had a great, robust conversation. We want to initiate or reestablish the task force to have these conversations. We all left with some assignments, which was a letter to our veterinarians, more communication amongst the parties and to the public, so the public is aware that, and if you saw the press release go out about the traps, thank you, Lieutenant Whittela, that Animal Services purchased 20 cages, right? So with that is gonna come, some work from the public is going to start requesting those traps. And when that happens, then...
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, just clarification, it was Animal Control that purchased the traps. It was not the Animal Services
Did I
Center.
say
You said Animal Services.
Sorry, I meant codes.
That's all right. I just want to
that.
be clear, because on Facebook, we've been getting hit pretty hard on why would you purchase traps when you're already having a lot of cats come in. I'm just saying clearly that it's Animal Control that has purchased those
Animal
traps.
Control purchased 20 traps, yes. So as you see, it's this system that needs some work.
Yeah. I mean, I get that. But I'm focusing entirely on getting a budget, and all those factors come into play, and they all have to be, you have to look at all the TNRs that you've done, and then you prorate, or you take the percentage of those cats. And it seems to me, Clint, I mean, maybe I'm being one-dimensional here, but it seems to me it could be done. You take down how much the service center is incurring, and then the police department has to do its due diligence insofar as the cost that they're incurring, because you're absolutely correct. It's a different department altogether. And and I don't, so everything else aside, it seems to me that you can come up with figures as to how much is spent, because you have that information anyway, or should have the information as to how your funds are being spent. And so it seems to me that you can arrive at a number insofar as the city.
Flores, he's saying he's not. He says he can come up with a number. ACOs is going to come up with a separate number, and we're going to convene a meeting.
Well, then why are we spending all this time talking about, we're going to have another meeting. We're having meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting, and I mean, in 4 or 5 years that this has been going on, we keep talking about it, and I'm saying, with all due respect to the world here and all of everybody's hard work, I'm saying let's get down to the nitty-gritty, and let's get our little pencils with erasers on there and start doing numbers and figuring out how to implement, how to get a budget and get this going. Otherwise, we're going to be having meeting after meeting, and people having schedules, and I can't make it then, blah, blah, blah. So, and if we're going to do it in June.
We're convening the next meeting February 3rd, right?
That is the Animal Task Force?
Animal Task Force. And with your direction, Clint will come with the budget, and the ACOs will come with the budget, and we will take it from there. Perfect. Okay, there you have it. Any other? Councilor Bencomo.
Yes, thank you. And this, I don't know who these questions are for necessarily, but, and I don't necessarily think it's worth spending our time pointing fingers at who dropped the ball where or any of that, right? Like, it seems like you have a plan moving forward. or at least the skeleton of a plan, and you will fill that in between now and June, and I appreciate that, since perhaps we're not in compliance with their current ordinance. However, I do want to ask, when we discussed this ordinance back in August, I don't recall us making a ton of changes to the recommendations of the board that was in place, the committee that was in place to come up with this policy. And I don't remember in August anybody saying, we have concerns with the timeline. We have concerns that this timeline is too quick, that we're not going to get. And so I'm just curious where that communication lies, because now we're here and it's messy. But I'm just curious as to what happened that was just never brought up.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Bencomo, just to let you know, there were subcommittee members and Animal Task Force committee members here in the August meeting when that was passed. But if you're going to pass the ordinance that potentially we saw as controversial, but it passed unanimously, which we were really surprised about. We thought there were going to be two that said no. We wanted to get it passed. So we're going to stand up and say, hey, but, let's look at this. And also think part of it is, on our part, was the ignorance of how this works. Were we supposed to talk to the council, where we were supposed to go to Eric, and say, hey, we need 3 months to get this working, and then let's pass it in? We didn't know what that process was supposed to be.
Thank you, Clint. And like I said, it's no use in pointing fingers now, right? But I just think it's important that, particularly if we're going to bring back this committee, that they understand that they should feel empowered to speak up about what feels important to them. Because I made that vote because there was a group of trusted community members who were experts in this, and they were bringing us this resolution, and I took that as, this is as good as it should be. This is, these experts brought it to us, and they're saying this is important, we're advocating for this. And so I say that just to say that for the folks out there who are saying, who might be coming back to this committee to talk about this, to know that they have the power to name what is missing, the gaps, what they need, and be clear about that, because that's important, at least for me to hear. And then the last question was in regards to the cages recently. I'm hearing you say, Clint, that there's capacity issues, but now we have these cages out in the community for folks. That feels troubling to me.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Bencomo, yes, it could be troubling. We don't know what the ramifications of that's going to be. For all we know is that somebody may take the trap and they not catch anything. Is that going to be the majority? Absolutely not. I think that we are, of course, going to see an increase. And also, how often are those animals going to be brought in? We do ask, and Gino, Mr. Jimenez from the ACO supervisor, has said that there will be communication between if there's a area that needs a lot of trapping. So we're not getting 10, 12 animals from the same location. Let's set up, see if we can get a special surgery day set up, something like that, so we can get a lot in all at once. And also I've noticed that we have gotten some grants to do what's called hotspots, where it pays for a TNR person to go in and trap these really high hotspot areas we're getting a lot from. But overall, it is troubling.
Councilor Bencomo, I've been told we're kind of off track with the 20 trap conversation, so we need to.
This is off track?
Yes, we need to bring it back.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on council? No? Seeing none. Public comment? Yes, please make your way down to the podium. I think that's Ms. Stark. We have 2 minutes. And Frank Bryce.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Kathy Stark. I'm on the TNR subcommittee. And there's a whole lot of your questions that aren't being answered, and I can't do it in 2 minutes. But I have a procedural issue that I'd like to raise. When I was a member of executive staff, the rule was always you cannot change an ordinance with a resolution. And so I thought maybe something's changed. So I consulted an attorney. I also did my research, and the NMSA 3-17-6 and the New Mexico Municipal League Handbook for Municipal Clerks support what I always believed to be the truth, which is an ordinance may be amended or repealed only by another ordinance going through the process in which an ordinance goes through: publication, first read, second read, vote. Titling this resolution as postponing the implementation, in my mind and the persons that I consulted, doesn't negate that what you're trying to do is to change an ordinance. So that's my procedural issue. Factual issues. The resolution states that the Animal Care Task Force, the ASCMV, and the city have yet to develop the program. The Animal Care Task Force hasn't met in over a year. The ordinance that you adopted states Animal Control Unit, with the discussions with the ASCMV and the public, will develop those policies within 120 days. Not the task force. At no point was the subcommittee told, now you need to go to the task force, because task force hadn't been meeting. So we're trying to follow what it says in the ordinance as a subcommittee. The subcommittee, which included animal control in the shelter, it's made up of 6 regular members. 5 of those members are members of the Animal Care Task Force, and 1 member of the public, that would be me. And then there were others who attended from time to time, and others that were consulted that are experts in TNR. We developed the policies. This is about 50% of the documents: action plans, drafts, correspondence. If I may just make one more statement.
One more statement, Kathy.
I asked in December, I urged you in December to bring them forward, the policies forward, be it a work session, probably be most productive, and talk through these issues. The ordinance doesn't say the budget is the shelters, because the ordinance says the city can allocate money to the shelter or to local nonprofit rescue partners. So it's a city budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Mr. Bryce, you have 2 minutes.
Frank Bryce, Humane Society of Southern New Mexico. This has been a very disgusting, disappointing meeting. And because we've been working on this since 2008. We've had good plans. They've all been fought. They've been resisted. The city animal control, the county animal control, and the shelter cannot get on a team effort. We need to do spay and neuter. We've offered to do it. We still do it. We buy traps. We furnish every way we can. But we have to have a united front to get this done. And I am totally disgusted, not with you folks, but with the whole process of me having, with all the people I work with since 2008, and we're still at the same place where we're killing cats at the shelter. We're having too many cats in the field. We have disease that people are exposed to by cats that's very serious. Not quite as prevalent as some people might think, but it's still very serious. And we're not getting the community and these 3 organizations together. There's got to be a better way to do this, folks. I've been working with my organization since we formed the thing. I'm an animal control reserve officer of sorts for the county, and we need to start pulling together instead of all 3 organizations stretching the straps in different directions and saying this or that or the other. We got a plan that can be adopted. Spay and neuter with enough veterinarians doing it on a daily basis to get ahead of the game. That's the bottom line. A lot of this stuff that we talk about is just simply dominance of territory. And I'm pretty disgusted. I can't understand why we have to come up here and fight like the devil to get something done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryce. Any other public comment? Anything from council? Okay, I was told for clarification's sake by Attorney Vega Brown that this resolution is appropriate because it's to essentially establish an administrative program. Am I correct in that statement, Attorney Vega Brown? Okay? Okay. Seeing no other comment, Christine, please take the roll.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-100. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Thank you. Next are board appointments. We have the ADA Committee. Sharon Roybal is a new appointment. I need a motion and a second. Or can I do them all at the same time? No, each, sorry. So Sharon Roybal.
So moved, Graham.
Motion made by Graham.
Seconded, Corin.
Second by Coran. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Sharon Roybal to the ADA Committee. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Next, Transportation, Sustainability, and Infrastructure, PRC, Sharon Thomas. This is a new appointment. I need a motion and a second.
So moved, Graham.
Second by Flores.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a quick question.
Yes.
Yes, and this is for our city clerk. Just to make sure, there is no rules that we have that a member of a board can serve on multiple boards.
Councilor Abeyta-Stuve, she no longer serves on the P&Z. She resigned, so she's, and this is a PRC, so she can serve on it.
Okay, so there's only one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
So back to the motion. Motion made by Graham, second by Coran? No? No. I'm sorry, Flores?
Flores.
Okay. Christine?
So this is on the motion to appoint Sharon Thomas to the TSI PRC. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Next is an appointment by Councilor Bencomo, Joe Castillo, to the Health Human Services Committee. And we don't need a motion or a second. Okay? Okay. Notice of proposed ordinances. I don't believe we have any. And we are City Council member board reports and comment. And I will start with Councilor Flores.
Thank you. First of all, I'm very happy to be back. As you know, I probably, maybe you don't know, nobody missed me. But it was a horrid, horrid experience because I went to 2 different countries, and Aegis here in New Mexico didn't get my COVID test in time. So I couldn't take my flight out of Houston, the connecting flight to London, or, to Dulles and then to London. And then by then, my passenger, or excuse me, passenger locator form that England requires had expired because that only has a 48-day life. And also, all airlines are requesting that, well, not all airlines, countries are requesting that your COVID test can't be older than 48 hours. It has to be done within 48 hours of the flight. So, so I had to spend 2 nights at the airport. Well, they put me up in a hotel. And that was very kind because at first they didn't have to. It was just an error on the COVID testing. So I had to take another test to finally get on the airplane and do another passenger locator form for England. And the test cost $260. And then coming back from England, that test costs like over $300. But anyway, so I was stranded, and then there was a cancellation. So anyway, it was really horrible. The good part was that I got to see my sons and my granddaughter, my children-in-law, and that part, made up for the trails. But I don't recommend traveling abroad, connecting flights or anything like that. Drive to New York and then take your flight out to wherever you're going, or drive to San Francisco if you're going to Samoa or something, but get a direct flight. It's horrible, really horrible. And then some countries require that you have the PRC, and some say antigen's okay, and it's very confusing. And then they also want to see your COVID vaccination card. And so I'm just hoping that COVID goes away. And I just wish that we could take that magic wand, because it's horrible. Anyway, it felt really, really good to be back in Las Cruces Saturday, and I'm still jet lagged. And it's just wonderful to be home, and it's wonderful to see all of you. It really is. There was a while there where I thought, I'm just going to get lost somewhere in an airport. It was like Home Alone or something. It was horrible. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. Councilor Cran.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a couple of notes, just some things to think about, and I'm going to sort of go on the COVID testing thing. Folks are now eligible to get 4 COVID tests for free. If you just type in covid.gov, it will take you to the page that will eventually get you to the Postal Service where you can request that. I'm going to just go a little public healthy in this moment and say, as a public health professional, I've been testing myself regularly for COVID, especially when I'm going to be interacting with people, especially members of the public or classes that I've been teaching. And so I urge you to both get those tests if you can and use them when there is potentially a risk situation, even if you don't have symptoms, so that you don't spread the disease. And I also urge you, if you're privileged to not have to be in situations where you interact with others, that you share those tests with people like frontline workers or people who are sort of called to interact with others on a regular basis, so that we can get rid of COVID with luck. And so if you want to be public healthy, I urge you to get those tests and either use them regularly or share them with your friends who may also need them, because they are hard to come by. So I just want to give one shout out to that possibility, and everyone is eligible as of today. I think 700,000 people have already requested those tests, so since this morning. And so I just want to give a couple other updates from my district. Again, Thursday, February 3rd is the Chandler Tank discussion at Sage Cafe, I think to follow up on the proposed park and changes at Chandler Tank that I know a lot of folks in District 5 are really thinking about. And then the second component, and I will reach out to Jamie and think about this going forward, but there is I have recently heard from a number of constituents about a high intensity power line that's going up on the sort of out by Red Hawk Golf Course, and it does seem to be really close to folks' backyards. And so I'm going to follow up and find out the details on the history of that and make sure that we know and understand what exactly is happening there. But a number of folks have, just within the last few days, I think they appeared, and I think a lot of folks are already feeling their presence. So I just want to make sure that we know what's happening in terms of where those are being built. So just to follow up on a few items from District 5. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cran. Appreciate that. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I actually don't have any updates, but I have 4 requests. Okay, so the first one is that I met with the clinical director of the triage center last week. They reached out to me because they wanted to talk about the difficulty they've been having in getting the word out about the services they use. People are still really unfamiliar with the way the triage center works, and that anyone can go. You don't have to be referred to by anybody. Literally, I could walk in, I could take a friend, whatever. And so I'm just curious, given that I'm pretty certain the city does not have a budget, right? We don't have any sort of MOU with the triage center, EFO, and I don't think we do, right? And I know that. I also know that potentially many of our residents are using the center, and I would like to at least request a work session perhaps with the triage center so that they can come here. I think we've done this before with other organizations where they've come and told us their services and what they do, and I just want to help them in any way get the word out about the services, so perhaps a work session with them. I'd also like to better understand how our police department is using the triage center, and just get a better idea of how that's going, if there's any sort of policy initiatives that we need to take on. But I would love to hear from LCPD about how they're using the triage center. And then lastly, EFO, I don't know how this normally works, but potentially having a small insert in the utility bill that could go out to everyone in the community about, again, the services the triage center use. I think it's such a critical service that we've waited for such a long time to have in our community, and for them to still be struggling to get the word out, I think is concerning. And whatever we can do, I would like us to take that initiative. Number two, I just wanted to thank staff, economic development, Icani's team on the cannabis workshops they had last week. And they were incredible. They were really well attended by a ton of folks in our community, both of them. Staff organized a ton of incredible guest speakers from the state level, the local folks, and honestly, I was really excited to be a part of it and get to come listen, because the members that make up this industry are really excited. They're ready, and I think the city's meeting that excitement. So I just wanted to really thank you, Icani, and your team. And I also wanted to ask that we, again, potentially have a work session in March before the April 1st launch, if you will, just so that I think, can have a better understanding of where everything is at with the city, and how we can best support the industry. And then lastly, I think we said we were going to wait a little bit, but one of the things that was raised during the workshop was, what are we going to do with the tax revenue from cannabis? And I think it's time that we start thinking about how we want to address that, whether it's through a citizen committee and we bring in some experts or what, but I think it's time we start thinking about that, and that come to council soon. Okay, almost done. Last week, I also met with El Calvario, who invited me to a conversation about the work they're doing with refugees. And many cities across the country many city governments across the country have been very supportive of refugee resettlement. I don't think we're doing anything quite yet, but I think that opportunity has not been missed. I would like us to, I'm going to try to get the folks at El Calvario connected to economic development, to other folks, because there's been several hundred people, families who are resettling here in Las Cruces, who want to feel connected, who are very hungry to make this their community. And I think we as a city can do a lot to make them feel welcome. And El Calvario folks had a lot of great ideas for us, so I'm going to get folks connected. But I wanted to at least bring that up, because it's a bunch of folks who are ready to work, who are ready to build their families here and their lives here. And I think the city could be doing a lot more. And then lastly, I had asked for this before, and then I just sort of forgot about it, but I did want us to have a work session on the census data, and how we could be better utilizing that data for policymaking and our budgeting and all of that. So I know that we had previously discussed that might be happening, but I just wanted to put it at the top of the list, EFO, and see when we can get someone from the city or someone to give us a presentation on 2020 census data. And that is it for me. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Beckomo. Councilor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Wanted to start out echoing something that I heard, I believe Lisa mentioned. It is today the opening of the New Mexico legislative session. So this is where I get to speak not just as a counselor, but as a constituent, and wishing the best to all of our representatives up there in Santa Fe, and also saying, I think that we have unprecedented access to our elected officials. A lot of our local representatives up in Santa Fe are very open to hearing our thoughts, so keep in contact with your reps. Have a shout out for Parks and Recreation and Jamie Rickman, who's sitting out there in the audience. There was an incident last week or the week before with some damage done to La Fonda Park in District 3. By the time I heard about it, Parks and Rec had already been out there and done turf repair and replacement, and Jamie had updated me on that. So thank you for all you do and making my job really, really easy. We're setting a dangerous precedent here. I'm just getting started and people are so on the ball. Finally, I was really interested to see the article recently about the school bus upgrades that we're seeing here in Las Cruces, and I thought that was really great to see. New safety measures, air conditioning, and this is stuff that's going to improve the lives both of our students and of the workers, particularly the unionized workers who were so vocal in getting these upgrades and improvements to happen. So just another thing that's nice to see, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Graham. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have just one thank you, but some follow-up from a couple of the items that Councilor Bencomo brought up. One, I just wanted to let her know that in our quality of life PRC later this month, we are going to be having the triage center speak to our new counselors as well to inform them about the items. So at least everybody will kind of be up to the same speed for that. It doesn't prevent a work session or anything, but I just wanted to let you know that there'll be more information coming this way to other counselors. And with the thought of census coming up, I also wanted to see if if perhaps we can get a update on the redistricting. I know that there's supposed to be a committee coming up. I know I have a name to send to the committee, and so I think that's something that we need to consider. And then lastly, I do just want to say thank you to Scott Rogers and the other Las Cruces City employees who participated in the Mask Up event, and they distributed Sleeve Up, so education on vaccines, both in English and Spanish. They worked in conjunction with NMSU Office of Experimental Learning and Community Engagement and Outreach. And I know that there was also a vaccination, the bus, that they had in the area too. So I want to say thank you very much for that. They were at Fringer Park this Monday. So thank you. And that's all I have, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. And then for me, I wanted to bring up Councilor Bencomo on our Public Safety Select Committee. We do speak as a agenda item in relation to the triage center. We have data that is shared based on usage or related to fire and police. We have asked and requested a very specific communication with Manager Macias to speak about our concerns related to triage center. And I'm not negating the fact that a work session would be very helpful, but you did mention an MOU. And I think maybe that might be the way, right, to enter into and use that facility to the utmost. But we are very concerned that the center isn't being used to capacity, and so we are having those conversations, and it's a standing agenda item every time at our Public Safety Select Committee, and we're working towards, building those relationships. I know that there was I don't think Chief Smith was attending, but his deputy chief, I think, was attending and has a relationship and made mention of a meeting that they have to sort of come together and really talk through some of the issues and concerns. And so I too would agree that that would be a helpful measure, is having a work session. And I know one of the items, Mr. Peely, that we had talked about is in the conversation that you were going to have with Mr. Macias, speaking to that, and how we interface with each other. We have to coordinate and collaborate for the betterment of our community, and I think those are more than appropriate ways to use the city's resources and flyers and utility bills and such, just letting people know. Next, in relation to I had redistricting, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve on my list. I don't know if there's a specific staff member that's responsible for that, and how are they going to convene, and then a council member maybe that, and I don't know if that's within the rules or whatnot, but I have already identified my person. I understand that there is a work session. I'm not sure if that's specific to redistricting or not, but I think there's the idea that we would like to have a meeting collectively with council before they meet with the redistricting committee, and I'm encouraging that we convene that redistricting committee before the consultant, if a consultant has been hired. I'm not quite sure, but an update would be really appreciated, I think, in relation to that. We're all antsy and want to see that redistricting happen, and I think we are all ready with our designated person to sit on that. And then lastly, I wasn't sure 2 weeks ago, it feels like eons ago, but I've been working with Debbie Moore on a similar Adopt a Cop program specific to, and Mr. Peely and Chief, related to helping promote our police department and our police that are every day, and our fire. We spoke of involving a fire as well, with in conjunction with the chambers, just giving positive notes, and it could include maybe gift cards and such, and other items, food specific to our police, but also our recruits. So we have 30-plus recruits cadets, starting in February, and I thought this would be a great way to recruit and retain, and really to retain them. And so the Chamber and Debbie Moore has been amazing. We'd like to have a kickoff event, and I know that she's working with Chief and Chief staff. A special thanks to Sergio. He did some research for us about the number of programs that are out there, and there's some good programs out there that had a combination of a few things that we'd like to initiate here. And so with that look, and really what it is I hear from enough business people when bad things happen, police are reporting out there, right? And that's some of the only times that occurs, and it's to really develop relationships, engage with our public, and using our community police programming, which I think is really important. I know Mr. Peely and I have met with some businesses downtown, very specific to our homeless population. There's quite a bit of different things that are occurring there, and I know that we've had conversations of having a work session very specific to how we address our homeless population, what sort of services and resources can we make available, how do we communicate that out with the businesses, and especially that they're experiencing crime. And I'm not directing that to our homeless population, but there's just a number of issues. And again, I'm hopeful that we're addressing it in a sensitive way, in an empathetic way, and as we move on to developing programming and such. So I did talk specifically about a social work position that I knew was in the budget. specific for the areas, for the city, specific for the homeless population. So some of my direction to Mr. Peely was to look at how we get that social worker hired. I would imagine that there is several departments and staff that are having to deal with this, sometimes on a daily basis, sometimes hour to hour, I think. And so, you know, many of our staff are not experienced with having to work with this particular population. But I want to give a shout out to Nicole Martinez. She's been great to reach out to answer any questions or concerns, send her staff over, you know, sometimes on the, you know, right after the call. And so I appreciate that. But I think having a work session to really understand what's happening and how the council and certain policies and budgetary items we can connect to that would be really appropriate. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Peely.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. If I can just address some of the items that are top of mind, just some of the items that were brought up. The census work session is planned for the first one in February, I believe. That's been scheduled, I believe, before. We tried to get it in before the end of the year, but we had so many things, so we kept pushing it back. But I believe it's a work session in February where it's planned. And Amber Vaughn and her team will be presenting that. And then regarding redistricting, I was just informed we have identified an ad hoc committee, and we're just working on getting that consultant on board. So that's where we are. I don't know if there's any updates further with that. Okay, so, okay. Okay, created. Attorney Big Brown just mentioned that we do need everyone to send their appointments in, if you have not. Is that it? Okay.
Christine, I'm sorry. Will you remind us who is slacking, and we'll make sure that we work towards that. Thank you. The appointment for the redistricting committee.
And then, you know, regarding the refugees, our staff has been in communication with several groups here, I believe including El Calvario, but others as well. Mr. Enriquez has kind of been the point person for that, and I believe our economic development team have been in contact too. So we've supported the resettlement agencies. There were two that asked for our letters of support early on, and we offered that. So anything we can do that anyone hears about, we'll be happy to meet with them and move forward. We've expressed that to those organizations that have come to us. The other thing is we do have a changing, you know, a dynamic situation with the legislative session. We have Las Cruces Days in Santa Fe that's scheduled from the 5th through the 7th. Our plan was to, the reason for us moving our council meeting was our plan was to be recognized on the floor and take lunch or breakfast there, which has been our tradition with Roberto's. But it looks like it's changing. Larry's texting me daily to see how these are changing. It looks like a lot of events are being canceled. Meetings, in-person meetings are being canceled. And so that might, if you know, just stay tuned, because that might change dramatically. Even that lunch that we normally bring, at least he's encouraged us not to do that. We've been told that they might not even allow that. And so just keep, I mean, I know many of you are maybe even more in tune than I am, but just wanted to let you know that's changing, and we're trying to keep everybody informed of what's going on. But as of now, it looks like a lot of these things have been canceled. Las Cruces Days in Santa Fe, I'm going to get with Debbie Moore to see what the latest is with her and the plans there. So I'll keep the council apprised of any updates. Just some updates from our parks. Regarding Unidad Park, the construction project is underway and will take about 6 months. Mementos are being collected from the old wood in the park during demolition. Parks and Rec staff will have more info on its distribution at a later date. And then free after-school programs. Park and Recreation will offer free after-school programming for the spring semester. This came about due to the comments made from the council's desire to open access programming and services in the community. Staff will continue to reassess impacts after spring semester. And then just an update, I believe you were forwarded the information regarding our development. I know Mr. Nichols and his team, Larry, he's pretty diligent about sending and keeping us informed about all the activity. But just for the sake of the public, another record year with 321.7 million in permit valuations this past year, 2021 development. 907 new homes built, 9,641 permits issued, over 18,800 inspections performed, and 137 planning development projects. So a busy year, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down. So, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peely. Lots of exciting stuff. Okay. With that, we're on number 12, adjournment. We need a motion and a second.
So moved by Flores.
Seconded, Graham.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, seconded by Graham. Christine.
This is on the motion to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve? Yes. Councilor Graham? Yes. Councilor Bencomo?